Hello, everyone. Hello, Groovesters. Welcome to day 7 of the Groove-A-Thon. And I'm here in the studio with my lovely, beautiful wife, Michelle Galvin Filsaime.
Good morning.
What's your IG?
My IG is Real Zumba with Michelle.
Yeah, at Real Zumba with Michelle on Instagram. Anyway, so today is going to be a slightly shorter day. We've been doing some marathons, and I think we're going to be probably getting out between 2 and 2:30 today. So I figured I'd bring my wife. We have some friends in the Boca Raton, Delray area, some friends that are here in town, and we said, hey, why don't we visit them? And she said, oh, I'll just come to the studio with you today. And so Michelle just wanted to say hi. And let's see, let's get a camera right on her.
Hello.
We have a special session coming tomorrow on Groove Cart. And we're going to be demoing a couple of different stores, showing you how to build a store, our Groove Gear store, and actually we're going to be showing Michelle's Fitness Food Fun store. Tell us about what Fitness Food Fun is all about, what your dream for Fitness Food Fun is, and then we'll let you go over to the Peanut Gallery and we'll start this Groove-A-Thon.
So Fitness Food Fun is going to be all about fitness, all about food, and all about fun. And
the merchandise?
Yeah, so my clothing line is just all that. It's apparel that you can wear while working out, and it has designs of some fun food.
Now they're not all in the store right now. You just have that one label.
No, I have Michelle's Good Vibes right now in the store, and I also have
all the food ones you don't have up there yet.
Not yet, but I'm slowly adding them. There's some really fun ones.
Okay. All right, everybody. Let's give it up for my wife,
Have
Michelle.
a great day.
She's going to head over to the Peanut Gallery over there. She just wanted to sit in and smile and show her pretty face. Okay. So I've got David. So now we got to go from Michelle to me and David. Wow. All right, everybody. David, good to see you. And David, I read in the chat that Donna Fox has some. I lost some volume over here. I think Michelle just took her earpod out. Hold on just one second, David. That's what happens when you share these AirPods. So I'm going to wear 2 today. Just wait for David. Did you say something? There we go. Okay. So Donna has lost her power today. Those are the things that happen when you want to stream, and obviously she'll be getting it back. And you know, it's not crucial that she's here today like it was for Groove Mails. And if it was
electricity as power, not the power. She's always powerful.
Yeah, she's super powerful. And okay, so today is Tuesday, day 7 of 10, I believe. No, day 7 of 9. We have 2 more days, Wednesday and Thursday, to continue. So the Groove-A-Thon, in case you are just joining us for the first time, is something that we try to do at least annually or more, maybe sometimes 2 times a year. And the first time we did it, we went for 17 days, 24 hours a day, nonstop, and kept handing the baton off to somebody in another part of the world, and they would run it for about 3 to 4 hours. This Groove-A-Thon is a little bit different. We start every day at 11. We have a couple of different topics, and we end normally between 4 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. The other day, I think we went to 7. We did like almost an 8-hour day. Today's going to be a little bit shorter because we only have 2 topics, and one of them is very, very short. Today, we're going to be going over the mobile app that you can download in the App Store if you're a Groove user. And we're going to be going over the first app in GrooveWebinar, and then we're going to talk about the big surprise that we said was coming. Now, last week on Monday, that was our State of the Groovian, so to speak. And then on Tuesday last week, we went over Groove Pages. It was a 5-hour keynote, everything you need to know about how to build sites and build funnels and everything you could imagine down to publishing your sites. And you can find all of the replays in the Groove.cm official Facebook group. So you just go to Facebook and you search Groove.cm official. And if you want to know why we're Groove.cm and not .com, well, we're .cm because customers matter. And last week on Wednesday, we did a full in-depth tour on Groove Sell and Groove Affiliate. So you knew how to sell your products, how to configure your checkouts, do one-click upsells, hybrid upsells, manage your affiliates, and if you're an affiliate, how you can be a better affiliate and get your promotion tools and stats and links and everything. On Thursday, we had Matt Seralto with me, and we did Groove Pay, everything you need to know about merchant processing. You can find that available in the Facebook group. And on Friday, we did our first public demo of GrooveMail. So now GrooveMail has sequences, text messaging, automations, forms, everything that you need to do to automate your business. One of the most powerful things really in GrooveMail is the automations. It's we have a tagging system, and it allows you to say, if this happens, then that happens. And that's what truly separates businesses. We had said something last week that there's like a little joke parable where there's two campers, and they're sleeping at night, and one of them wakes up and they hear a bear in the woods, and wakes up the friend and says, "Hey, there's a bear coming at us." And then all of a sudden they see the bear foaming at the mouth, start walking, and then start coming a little bit quicker from 50 yards away. So the other friend, the friend says, "Hey, we need to get out of here. That bear's coming." And he sees the other friend tying his shoes and putting his shoes on. And he says, "What are you doing? We need to get out of here." And the other friend says, "Well, I don't need to outrun the bear. I just need to outrun you." And that's the way marketing works. When you look in industries, generally there's 1 to 2 leaders, and there's everybody else. And that's the case for, look at social media, look at the model of Twitter and Instagram. It's them and nobody else. And you could kind of say Instagram's a hybrid between Twitter and Facebook. You look at the search engines, you look at Coke and Pepsi, you look at the different sports, there's Gatorade, there's Powerade, you look at the PC market, there's Mac, and there's and operating systems, there's Microsoft. In the phone world, there's Apple, and there's Android devices, and it goes on and on and on. Generally, there's room for 2 people to lead, and then there's everybody else. So when you look at your business, and the reason why I'm talking about this now is everybody can get to a certain point, and that certain point makes you just able to convert enough to maybe get an affiliate here or there. It gets you to the point where your advertising just barely broke even. But when you are the person that decides to be patient and put on your shoes and tie your shoes before you go into quote unquote battle or do what you have to do, these are the differences that separate the companies that put them in the number 1 and number 2 position. And like I said, you look at every type of market. Generally, sometimes you can find a third, like in the cereal wars in the United States here. I think there's Kellogg's and General Mills and Post cereal, and maybe 1 or 2 other like Quakers, but generally they'll either get bought out or whatever the case is, and it's going to be the 1 or 2. So in order for you to succeed, you're going to make sure you want to watch our different trainings on seriously setting up your automation. The days of sending 7-day follow-up sequence are gone. Now you want to do behavioral-based marketing that says if the customer reaches this step, then you add a tag, and then you send an email designed for their frame of mind in that process. And we're going to be talking about that today when we get into GrooveWebinar. So we took the weekend off. That was Friday, was GrooveMail and automations. Yesterday, we went over 3 different products. We started with Groove Video, then we went over Groove Blog, and then we did Groove Member. It happened to be my favorite day so far of the Groove-A-Thon. I didn't think it would be, but it was my favorite day. So you definitely want to check that out in the Facebook group. And today will be GrooveWebinar. Tomorrow will be Groove Cart, and then on Thursday will be our final day, and we're going to be going over Groove Copy Pro, Groove Solos, and GrooveCon, and we're going to go over the dates and everything you need to know about attending GrooveCon. If you can come for free, or is there a price? We're going to cover all of that, and you'll be very happy to know that some of you will be able to come for free, but some of you are going to have to pay. We'll talk about that on Thursday. And of course, we're going to talk about the Marketers Cruise. Over 400 people already registered, entrepreneurs bringing their family for a vacation for 8 days in the Caribbean, setting sail out of Cape Canaveral, Florida. It's our 15th annual Marketers Cruise. I'm the founder of the Marketers Cruise. I do it with Captain Lou and Donna Fox. and Tom Beal every single year, and we take a vacation for 8 days. We have no speakers. We do what's known as a group leader showcase, and so people do speak on a topic, but everybody that comes on the cruise is a peer. We don't have a speaker attendee type of model. We don't allow any selling at the event. So there's no pitching, there's no PowerPoints, there's no for the first 15 people, and so on. This is a networking vacation cruise. That's it. You come, you bring your family, you book. Yet we're going to talk about the vaccines and do kids need to be vaccinated? We're going to talk about all that on Thursday. But the Marketers Cruise, something you want to check out at marketerscruise.com. I believe it's setting sail on November 6th or maybe November 8th, but you'll find that out at the Marketers Cruise. It'll tell you all the islands that we're going to. And in a nutshell, basically what happens is this. If there's a day that we land at port, well, then we usually have some type of activity where you'll either do some islands are better for excursions, some islands are better for like, hey, we're going to book out Margaritaville, and we do, and we have a section and we all just hang out all day and just get to really know people. And then at night, we have a cocktail hour every night on the sea days, on the port days like that. And then we all go to dinner. Now, Carnival does something unprecedented for us. They give us the entire downstairs of the dining room, and it's open seating only available to the people on the Marketers Cruise. So if you've ever been on a cruise and you have to sit at the same place every single day, and this person, you don't have much in common, and this person, they're, again, just not much in common, it takes away from the experience. Imagine being able to go in and seeing 400 different entrepreneurs, and every day sitting at a table with 5 other couples and talking about marketing. And yes, it's an industry now where it's 50-50 now we're seeing with men and women. That's great. We do tend to see spouses that aren't the heroes in the business, and they're just the spouse, making friends with the other spouses. All they do is talk about EPCs. Let's go to the spa. And so lots of friendships have been made on the Marketers Cruise. 7-figure businesses, multiple. I can point out over 20 people that have found their business partner on the Marketers Cruise that are doing 6- and 7-figure businesses. Relationships have been formed on the Marketers Cruise. We even know one people that conceived their child on the Marketers Cruise, Nathan Anderson. And on top of that, the sea days, the days that we're out to sea and we're not at a port, what we do is we go to breakfast at 10 a.m. And then right after 10 a.m., we all meet inside. We have breakfast, and then at 10 a.m., we meet in one of the comedian lounges that they give us. And we go from 10 to 1 p.m. with special sessions. We do hot seats, masterminds. It's really an incredible opportunity because I'll say this and then we'll start our day. I noticed that when I would go to an event, I would see some really, really good people, and I'd be talking to them and saying, "Oh, so tell me what you do." "Oh, we have something that helps improve Facebook ads," and then all of a sudden, "Mike, Jim, yeah, what's up? Please, can you get back inside? Our next speaker is okay. We'll be right there." And you keep talking. They say, "Please, hey, I'll catch up with you later. I'll get your number. We'll text." And I don't get the person's number, or I do. But I come back home with this many business cards, and I've got to get back to work, and I didn't fully form a relationship. I got a good contact, a good lead, but I didn't form a full relationship. And so when I designed the Marketers Cruise, many people told me, "Why aren't you doing seminars?" I said, the Marketers Cruise is not a seminar at sea. I realized this. Everybody works hard. We are all entitled to a vacation. And we're going to take a vacation. So wouldn't you rather take a vacation with 400 other like-minded people, especially after COVID? You come with the family, and you take a vacation, and the people around you are people that can actually help you in your business. And that's why we're doing it now for 15 years, and that's why over 400 people come every year. We've had almost 500 just a couple of years ago. Obviously, the pandemic affected things here, and we had to cancel last year, January's, and move it to November. And it's an absolutely fantastic way to meet, the people that we've had on the cruise over the years, Robert Allen, Russell Brunson, you can see on the website. I don't even know if we list them anymore, but just some incredible names have come on the Marketers Cruise, and it's fantastic. So it's up to you. Take a vacation on your own or to take it with us. And here's the thing: 8 days, all your meals included, $1,180 or $1,200. We're selling out fast, and that is not scarcity and urgency. The thing is we actually do set sail in November, and Carnival stops selling tickets September 15th. And we're competing with Carnival. So it's not that we can just say, hey, get this room rate here at this hotel. It's the fact that Carnival does not want to set sail with any empty cabins. So they're selling our quote unquote inventory. And that's why when you go to the site right now, it's not fake. It says the best suite, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. And so now it's slim pickings. But I do believe you can still get a balcony. But after that, it's, as Captain Lou says, the inside windowless coffin. So I'm really pushing for the Marketers Cruise for you, as you can see here for the last 5 minutes, because it's something I believe in. I get to meet fellow entrepreneurs, meet their families. And the most important thing, the last thing I just want to leave here, is that you truly get to know somebody. When you're sitting at the beach for 3 hours, sipping on a few pina coladas, and you're seeing somebody pick up their kid and play with them, and you're talking, you get to find out who they are, what their culture is, how their family life and their growing up and their parents shaped who they are. So we always say that people will do business with people they know, like, and trust. There's nothing more true than that. So let's put it this way. You want to do a JV with somebody, well, you have a great product. Welcome to the club. You're not allowed in the club without a great product. I think we understand that. I use this example. I'm not sure if this translates in all over the world, but hopefully it does. There's a TV show in the United States called Wheel of Fortune. Pat Sajak is the host of that. And when you go to the final round, they give you 5 vowels and 5 consonants and a vowel, I think it is, and it's R-S-T-L-N-E. And the reason why they give you that is those are the most popular letters in English words, and the most popular vowel is E. And so people used to use mathematics, statistics, and say, well, I have a better chance. So everybody used to come up and go R-S-T-L-N-E, and then they knew that people were going to do that, and they were picking words that didn't have that, and they realized nobody was winning prizes. So now they give you that. That's the given. When you go up there, they're going to be, okay, there you go. There's R-S-T-L-N-E. They would turn over, and now you get to pick yours. So when you're looking for JV partners in this game, and you're looking to network, R-S-T-L-N-E, that means you have a good product, you have a good video sales letter, you have good support, you have good operations, and you have a good funnel. And when people send traffic, they want to know, number one, their customers are going to be happy, and number two, it's going to convert, and number three, you're not going to have a reputation problem in 2-3 years that I'm going to associate with you. So those are the givens that we look to work with people. So I'm not trying to pop any balloons here, but simply having a good product and good conversions, that gets you a seat at the table. And then you sit down with somebody and get to know them, you will do anything for them. You look at Angie Norris. Angie Norris took the time to come out and meet Joe Jablonski, and then when I knew that she was coming in town, we met with her. She, I believe she stayed over our house for a night, and now there's a relationship that goes beyond joint ventures. It's if I need anything from her or she needs anything from me, we're going to be there for each other. When you go on the Marketers Cruise, this is what happens when you get to know somebody. You will build many, many relationships that you're going to look back and you're going to see the turning point in everything was that awesome vacation that you had. And there's a reason why when you go to the video at the front of the marketerscruise.com, you'll hear a little roll that says my 6th, my 7th, my 8th, my 9th, my 11th Marketers Cruise. People that come again and again and again. So that's the marketerscruise.com. I see Donna Fox is here, and Donna's got her power back. As David said, she never lost her power. She lost her electricity. And we're gonna get started today, and we're gonna jump in. Donna, did you want to pop in and say hi before I show off the mobile app?
Yeah, I'll just say hello. I don't know if I'll be around all day. I don't know how stable this internet is, but I'm here now, and I'll be here every minute that I can. We had such a crazy storm last night. If I didn't know any better, I would say lightning hit our house. It was that like present, and the smell of burning electronics permeated the air. So I don't know if it knocked out a transformer somewhere, or I mean, my power was on, but the internet is not stable. So I'm here in spirit if I'm not here in reality today. But
oh wow, yeah. Welcome to Florida. That's a Tuesday in Florida.
yeah, seriously, it's rare in Vegas though. I mean, we rarely get thunderstorms. I love them. The excitement, that crack, the electricity in the air. But I've never smelled it like it was last night. That burnt electric smell. It was pretty impactful. Like I went around and checked our modem and our computers and stuff because it smelled like something burnt inside the house. It was really weird. Yeah,
well, Michelle and I experienced that once we had just moved to Sarasota and we went up to Tampa. I think I Googled the best Cuban sandwich, and I found out that the Cuban was invented in Tampa. So we go to this place, and it's an outdoor, kind of like a outdoor taco stand type of thing. And we're waiting for our sandwich. And there was a storm brewing. Like you could feel it. The temperature just dropped, and you got to look. And all of a sudden, right across the street, literally from where we were, across the street, crack, lightning just hit and blew our hair back and everything like that. And all we smelled was the smell of burnt electricity. We couldn't believe it. And I remember Michelle was like, let's get out of here. And I was like, I want my sandwich, and lightning's not going to hit in the same spot twice. And Michelle said, I'm going back to the car. And I waited.
You want to leave the building?
Yeah. And as she's walking, I'm like, keep both feet on the ground. Yeah. Anyway, all righty. All right, Donna. So today we're gonna jump in. Let me get my computer set up over here and make it a little bit brighter. And we're gonna share my screen over here. And we're going to start with the Groove mobile app. It's not the world's biggest announcement. Let me just put on my Touch ID here.
It's really cool though. It is really cool. I especially like when order notifications come in and they make a little ka-ching sound, so you know you're making money.
Absolutely. All right, I'm entering the studio in StreamYard here. Let me move this little screen over to here. All right. And let's shut off my microphone. Oh, it's a studio. Okay. Oh, here we go. Share my screen. All right. Let's choose this screen, and you guys should be able to see my screen to make it live. And now I'm going to unlock my phone and open up the Groove.cm app. All right. And now I believe I need to do QuickTime. So what I'm doing, folks, is I'm using something that allows me to share my screen, an app that allows me to share my screen. So let's move this over here. All right, look at that. That's my actual iPhone right now, and we're just gonna have to forgive that. But that does allow me to show my iPhone screen. Let's see if I can make that a little bit bigger, because the bigger we can get it, the more you're going to enjoy it. Okay, so the first thing that you want to do is open up your phone and go to your phone's app store, whether it's an Android device, you want to go to the Google Play Store, and if it's an Apple device, you want to go to the iOS store. And once you do that, you search for Groove.cm. If you just type Groove, right now, we do show up in the search results. That was good. We couldn't even be in the search results until we had a couple of reviews. So now if you type Groove, you're gonna have to search down about 7 or 8 different products. So it's easier to type in groove.cm or Groove Funnels, and then we show up right there unless there's an advertisement for another ad. And then you click download, click open. Obviously, you've installed apps before, and then the screen to get in will be your Groove username and password. And it should be set up now. David will give me a thumbs up. I know that I'm using a beta build, but this beta build is the one that will allow them to automatically log in once and not have to log in over and over again. Great. All right. So if you download it now, you might have to log in again tomorrow, but we just pushed one live to the App Store. I'm using the one that's known as the developers mode. So you're going to see maybe one version greater than what you have. And it just added a few fixes in there that make it a little bit, make things a little easier, some improvements. One of the most important one was some things like pull down to refresh. So let me show you what that means here. We've added these features where I can pull down like this to refresh, and we get updates on our statistics. And most important one for me was every single day I had to log in, and you know, logging in on a phone is not as easy. So now it works like most apps. You log in once, and it should keep you logged in, I don't know, indefinitely. I don't know if it's going to be 30 days or whatever the case is, but you won't have to log in every single day. So what is the Groove mobile app? Look, you're not going to build your Groove pages in the Groove mobile app. You know, there's certain things that you're not going to do. We're not going to recommend that you use it every single day to send an email broadcast, but it is for you to be able to manage some data. Right? There will be a feature to go and, you know, send an email and hit clone and just send and type in there, but it's not ideal, right? Most likely, you're going to be at somebody's house and you're going to say, hey, is it possible that I can just borrow your computer? And you're going to log in and do something like that. But what we like the mobile app for, as Donna just said before, is it's great that you will get a ching notification. You can set your notifications, whether or not you want to receive notifications for sales, whether or not you want to receive notifications for sales for only certain funnels. We're going to have that type of control, or certain products or certain price points, or if you made an affiliate sale, or if an affiliate made a sale for you. All those things are really great to know. And then obviously you can tap on that notification and get more information. So let's just take a look at the main dash here. I need to move this out of the way here. Let's see. Great. All right. All right. So the main dash, as you see in the bottom left corner, this is the home screen. And the middle 4 squares at the bottom right there that you see, that is where you go to all your apps. And the bottom right is your settings. So I'm not even sure if I click on settings if there's any personal information, but let's find out. You click on the settings, okay. And this is where you can manage your account, your notification settings, learn more about the affiliate program, our privacy policy, and change your password. The middle button here, or I can click the back button in the top left, that brings me back to the dashboard. If I click the middle tab at the bottom, this is all of the apps that are currently available. So there's Groove Sell, Groove Mail, Groove Video, Groove Pages, Groove Affiliate, Groove Member, and Groove Cart. And it's important to mention here, Groove Video is not meant for you to go in and upload a video necessarily. It's for you to go in and manage statistics and check the settings. Maybe you want to see you're traveling, you're in an airport, and you're like, oh, did I set the autoplay on that video? And you'll be able to go in and see the settings, right? But generally, let's face it, if you're at an airport, most likely you're going to open up your laptop, right? If you got to do some, what we would call some heavy lifting. But if you want to go into Groove Member or Groove Affiliate, you can do so. Now, Donna and David, this is actually our account, right? So there's no dummy data. Like if I go and I click on transactions, right? All right. So I do believe that I can click on transactions, but not show emails. So let's take a look over here. I remember looking at something in GrooveSell. So I'm going to click the app in the top left corner. And I believe, let's just see here. I clicked on transactions and look at that. Okay, so I'm seeing up at the top, tells me the merchant account they paid with, so that would be GroovePay or Authorized.net. It shows me the price point. It shows me the customer name. And if there was an affiliate, as you see on the third line, there's an affiliate. Now, I can tap into that and drill down into that. But again, because of privacy information, I don't want to show people's emails address and things like that. But if we go back to sales, you'll see that it shows me my totals for the day, and I can click just sales, or I can see rebills. If I click up at the top, I can change the data. If I click on yesterday, for instance, here, it changes our information for yesterday, and I can filter that by different products by clicking product funnel here, but you get it. It's kind of a notification and ledger and accounting, more accounting than it is actually going in and working on building a product. You're not going to build a product in here. And I think everybody gets that. I don't think anybody is going to say to me, hey, I'm disappointed. I wanted to get away from my desktop and I wanted to use my phone to build my Groove pages and work on pop-ups. That's not the case, right? What you want is to be able to hear something go ching every time you make a sale, or shut that off and get a notification in your phone and just open up the app and get some data. How are you doing for today? Are there high refunds? Is there, what's going on? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I haven't even got a single cha-ching. Maybe there's something wrong with my checkout button, or whatever the case may be. And Donna, like I said, there's not much to talk about GrooveSell, because it's a parrot of the app, and they understand what the desktop app can do. And so it's just exciting that you could go to your app store, get log in. You don't have to do any other settings. It just pulls your data, and it's just a cool way to check your sales and your data and make some minor adjustments, refund a customer, and such. What do you think?
The app does exactly the thing that I love using my phone for. Like, I don't even know why I call it a phone anymore, because I never make calls on it. Yeah. It is my connection to information. That's what my phone is. It connects me with people and information. And I would say 90% of the time I pick it up, it's to look something up. It's to search, to Google, to find out information. So having my information about my Google business on my phone really satisfies that primary need that I have for just knowing what's up at any time at my fingertips.
And if
so
anybody
I'm very,
knows
very
Donna,
excited.
let me tell you, Donna and I are very, very similar this way. We're walking Wikipedia with legs, with just useless information. And Donna and I love to, and I even know, like, we kind of like hide this from each other, and it'll be like, what was the name of that actor that was in that movie with Dennis Quaid? And then we both know the answer, but we can't come up with it. And then we'll be going like that. And we're like, wait, no, I want to figure. And so we're always looking up information and always correcting each other by a decimal point. Just for the record, that's the way we are. We love that. So I can, so the mobile device gives you that information, very easily. And, I used to have my laptop on the side of my bed, because I don't know why. I like to know how I finished the day. I like to know, at 12:01, I want to hit that yesterday button and see what we did. And, Donna and I, we send all the other partners like daily digests. Hey, we did this last week. We did this, and we're putting stuff into spreadsheets and charting our metrics and our improvement and our growth, and finding out how we can improve refund rates and things like that. And not having to have because Donna, you know what happens when the laptop's in bed.
Yes.
Then you just start working. You've got this bright light going on, and then you're like, oh, okay, this person says they sent me an email, and you find yourself working an extra few hours just because you went in to check your stats. So lots of conveniences and advantages to the mobile app.
Some of the new things that we added recently is managing your members on the fly. And basically you have a new membership and you want to disable a member or add a new member from your phone. Let's just say you want to show your friend a membership you were working on, you can add them in through your phone, which is awesome. You can also run you can see the leaderboard. If you're having an affiliate contest, you can see who is
really?
winning and keep track. Yeah, it's really cool. You can also
And-
get your affiliate link and send it on WhatsApp to somebody else from the app. You don't have to actually log in to somewhere else. It's everything is there on in the palm of your hand.
Who came up with all this? Who's the product owner? And I don't mean that in quotes. I like for something like that to come in, there has to be somebody that really cares about that. And I want to say, we were talking about this yesterday, what product owners are. I'm not a product owner of the mobile app, and that's an obvious thing. I care about what's important to me. There's only 1 or 2 apps in there that are important to me, and I'll talk about that little bug, but I don't go into the app and realize I want to share an affiliate link from WhatsApp. That's a whole nother level that needs to be a product owner. So who came up with that, David?
So there is a lot of things that were done during the user interface design from the designers. So Thomas and Mantas designed a lot of these things, but functionality-wise, I'm the person that is giving the tasks to the devs, like the memberships and disabling members, adding members, and managing the different tasks. That's something that I push forward because we need to manage the business on the go, and some of the features were missing, so I added that on.
Yeah, so if I can talk about what you just said as an advantage for our members and our customers that are using the software, there's a lot of benefits you get with Groove that come from this team here. Number one, the founders are all marketers. Donna, Matt Seralta, John Cornetta, and myself have all had digital marketing and e-commerce businesses. So we come from the point of view of not just a Silicon Valley software company that says, hey, I'm going to create this. We know it better than anyone. And I don't mean it, I have 18 years of experience doing this. Donna was doing this before me. My other partners know e-commerce and traffic generation and email marketing. The amount of knowledge that we bring is great. So we get to build an app that we need for our business. And if it's good enough for our business and our knowledge of what our competitors have, we have the best app with the best features. And then the next thing is the complexity and making it simple. And I always talk about the iPad. It's one of the most complex products in the world. It can be used in a hospital emergency room. But an 80-year-old person can use it, and a 2-year-old can use it, all across the spectrum. So that's where user interface and user experience comes in. And I never had that in the previous companies. Karcher did a pretty good job with it. But having an idea and a vision in your head for what you want software to do, and a developer, there's 2 people that need to be in between that, unless you're going to do it. And one is the product owner. And if you're running a company, you could be the product owner at the beginning, but the product owner is the person that cares about the product on a daily basis and communicates with the developers. And if you're the type of person that says, this is what I want the software to be, and you get it back in 30 days, and then you make some change, you say, change this, groove, and they, you just don't have the time to manage the development. Then it becomes up to the interpretation of the developer, and that's just never a good idea. They don't intuitively know what the software is supposed to do for a user. So when you combine the expertise of the co-founders, the product owner like David Lemon, the user interface person like Tomas and Mantas, who works on the team underneath Tomas, who when they go in, they design how the app will work before we start on the code. And they say, well, if you're going to share your affiliate link, you click this little box with the up arrow and it opens up and says, do you want to use WhatsApp or Skype or whatever? These are things that happen because, look, we didn't invent this stuff. This is proper development that's done in Silicon Valley. But I can assure you, you look at the competitors in this space and they do it from idea to code. They don't have the product owner and the user interface attention to detail like we have. So just that's, I'm very proud, David, when you look at this mobile app, didn't it bring that childlike smile to your face the first time you saw it on your phone?
It does, yeah. From what the users see right now, and from what I've seen from the beginning, it's like I believe we had 50 or 60 different versions of the apps. The users saw, I believe, 2 or 3 different updates since it was launched. So I saw how it was built from scratch, and it's amazing the progress that we did. I just wanted to mention one more thing, and the mobile app was asked for a very long time by people that are using GrooveCart. Like Shopify has an app, we need an app, like they can do this and this and this and this. And now you can manage your GrooveCart stores, not only one store. So you can put in all your stores from all your basically Groove accounts into the mobile app and manage everything under one place. If you have a product running low in quantity, like disable it, or change a title of the product or something like that, manage your business on the go. If you're in the taxi heading for the airport and you just thought of it, it's just like you're there. You can do it immediately yourself. You don't need to wait
Let's
until
show my screen
late.
if we can.
Yeah.
I'll show that. All right, my screen is showing. I'm going to click on the third icon down where it says GrooveCart right here. And so we're going to click on that. I'm just moving my mouse there while I actually do it on my phone. And you'll see that I have one store. The Groove Gear store is not attached to this account, but I have a store called Groove Gear Demo. And I can click on that and just jump right into my store, and I'd be able to look at my products, and I could tap into the product and go in and update the status and do some different things like. And as David said, if I had multiple stores, well, they would just be listed here, and I would just scroll and be able to manage different stores. But the beautiful thing is I'll get notifications every single time there's a sale that comes in, or a customer service request, and I can refund somebody right from my phone. It's just fantastic. So yeah, we've combined, we don't have to have a GrooveCart app and a Groove member app and a Groove Sell app. We just have the Groove.cm app, and then you click on this bottom button right here, and you go and you can see all the different apps. And as you can see here at the bottom, the last 2 rows here, you see it says Groove Webinar, Groove Survey, Groove Blog. So Groove Blog is going to be next. And Groove Pay, this is going to be really cool. Matt Serrault is very excited to integrate that with your Groove Pay merchant account dashboard as well. And Groove Webinar is going live this month. So more information coming up in the next segment, and Groove Calendar when that goes live. So the app will obviously be continued to be improved. But as I said, I really love it for the 3 things of managing sales and notifications, managing affiliates, and managing customers and refunds. That's it. All right. So that wraps up this segment here, and we'll come back to me there. Thank you very much. And coming up next, folks, is our final segment for the day. I think it's probably going to last about 2 hours to 2.5 hours. Like we said, today's going to be a short day in the Groove-A-Thon, and then tomorrow will be GrooveCart. So coming up next, as you see on the screen right here, is Groove Webinar. And it's a multifaceted product, and the first product that we're releasing with Groove Webinar is the automated webinar, and that's going live this week. There's been a lot of changes that were just updated today, and I believe they're on the live server and not on, or what we'll call the sandbox server that we all have access to. So everything I'm going to show you today, you're going to be able to do. We'll talk about what sandbox is in just a moment, and we're going to show you how you do your registration pages, how the whole flow goes. In fact, David Lemon's going to help me do it, because I've designed it with the team, with collaboration, but it's now back. And like we said, we pushed development up until the day before we had to show you this stuff. So many of these things we're all seeing for the first time. Genuine smile and excitement. Now, look, we understand that when we're in sandbox mode, that I'll be saying, David, how does that work? And he'll tell me to do that, and then it doesn't work, and then we're going to tell you how it should work. We're going to find all that out after this commercial break about why you should upgrade. And before we do that, before we go, it's something to note that's not in this video. We've decided 100% that the lifetime price of $13.97 is ending at the end of this Groove-A-Thon. Just a couple of more days, and after that, we're instituting our price increase, and that's going to raise the price of the lifetime to $19.97. So you have just a small window left to get it at the lowest price it was offered when we opened on April 7th of 2020. We went just over a year where you could get lifetime access and never make another payment to us again. Obviously, after our Black Friday sale in November, it goes to $299 a month. But those people will have the last chance to get it at $19.97. This video right here is your last chance to get Groove for life for just $13.97 and never make another payment to us again, ever, period. Let's roll that commercial. Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO. Oh, I'm back in the studio. Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out GrooveFunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397, and you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was the mobile app. If you didn't get a chance to download it yet, head over to the Play Store or the Apple Store and just type in groove.cm. You'll see there's a lot of Groovesters there that left some great feedback. If you are already using the app, we would appreciate if you help us with leaving a review on the app itself. It will bump it up so other Groovesters can see it as well. And here we have Mike back.
And we're back. I was out of the stream for some reason here, but I'm back. Let me just set up my computer over here. And all right, I'm going to close this laptop over here so that I can, believe it or not, folks, I'm having some strange issue with my laptop. When it's streaming and it's plugged into a second monitor, I have an issue that the battery just drains. I started 100% and then I'm slowly watching it go down to 18%, and I need my laptop here so that I can do full demos, especially when we were doing Groove pages. So now I'm managing my laptop by shutting off the screen and shutting off the screensaver and everything like that, so we have power. But the studio, of course, has power, so I'm going to switch now to this keyboard and set everything up so that we can move to this keynote. Let me get this over here. All right. We're going to be jumping in and talking about GrooveWebinar in its current state, and then we're going to talk about, as I told you all week, I've been teasing something that we said webinars are dead. What do we mean by that? We're going to find out in just a few minutes, and we're going to be talking about what's coming up next after GrooveWebinars Automated. It's called GrooveStream. We're going to talk about that in just a few. Let's start first with GrooveWebinar and automated webinars. All right. So currently, you could log into the app, and when you click on apps or one of your quick links in the front dashboard, it says GrooveWebinar. And when you click on that, we have one version of the webinar platform available to you right now, as you see in the first bullet point, in sandbox mode. So what is sandbox mode? Sandbox mode is something new that we've decided, now that the app is more mature, and we have our development team and we have our development principles in place, that we are no longer going to be releasing an app in beta. We're going to be releasing it months early in sandbox mode. And what that means is you no longer have to wait for us in a state of the Groovian to say, hey, we're going to show you a demo of where the software is at. When we feel the software is at a place where you can play with it and use it and actually see, okay, I see that this is getting ready for release, then we just release it to you. And that allows you to give us some feedback more on feature requests. Obviously, that there's no reason for you to report a bug while something's in sandbox mode. That is the reason that it's in sandbox mode, is that it's just, hey, you're going to get 6 steps through the wizard, and then it's just going to stop, right? But at least you get to see where it's at. And if you're seeing something that's missing, hey, when I upload this video, it'd be nice if there was a place for me to add it to a category. Oh, great feature request. We appreciate that. And then after sandbox mode is what we would call internal beta, and that's where we use it. And we make sure that we could use it for our business, and that helps us iron out most of the bugs. But obviously, we don't use every feature, so we don't know if everything is working properly. We test it, and then that allows us to release it either in an alpha state or a beta state. And depending on the complexity of the software app, it can stay in beta from anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. Yeah, and that's about it. Now, some apps, can get released, and we can, what I can say, rush them to beta. And let me give you an example. If we release later this year or earlier next year, Groove Desk, which is a help desk software like Zendesk or Help Scout, you're much more forgiving if the help desk is working and the customer communicates with you, but there's a bug here and there. But it's not affecting the customer's customer service, or it is slightly, and you just have to do a workaround by maybe using a screenshot instead of a feature that our software was supposed to use. We're a little more comfortable releasing a software like that. But when it comes to something like GrooveWebinars or Live, and you're using this and you register 1,800 people for a live stream or a webinar, and all of a sudden you go live and you start, can you hear me? And all that type of stuff starts happening, and everybody starts blowing up in the chat. This is very unprofessional. Why are you using this service? You should be using something like GoToWebinar. You don't need that happening when it's live. So certain things certain products like GrooveMail and GrooveWebinar, GrooveSell with the checkout when we did that, that stuff gets tested perfectly because it has to work. There's no room for any error or forgiveness. So that gives you an understanding of the different the different journey of a product from idea to conception to sandbox mode to beta to a full release. So GrooveWebinar is the automated is in sandbox mode. You can see it now, and we are planning on releasing it out of sandbox mode into beta this month of July. What day, we don't know exactly, and that means don't shoot us if it ends up being August 5th, but our intention was to have it for you this July. In fact, last month, the intention was July 15th. That may still be the case. We're going to find out today when we do the demo for you. All right, so moving on, what is an automated webinar? Well, hopefully, you folks had a chance to go to we sent an email about it today, how you could prepare for this day 7 of the Groove-A-Thon. And we sent you a video that I did when I first did a presentation at Trey Smith's event called for the Evergreen Business System. And the Evergreen Business System was the first true automated webinar software that actually worked for direct response marketers, and you installed it on your own server. It's no longer around because we redeveloped it as a SaaS company where you didn't have to install it, and we called it EverWebinar, and I've since sold that company. But this was very, very new, very, very new at the time. If you hear companies called EverThis or EverLesson, that's because we took the word evergreen and we put the spotlight on it. Obviously, we didn't invent the word in the marketing. The reason why I called it Evergreen Business System, and let me tell you, my partner at the time, Hector, absolutely hated the name. He wanted to call it, automated webinar software, something like that. And Rich Sheffrin was friends with Clayton Makepeace. Clayton Makepeace has since passed away, and he was a brilliant copywriter, and he had told Rich about this idea that he did with videos, and it was creating like an evergreen funnel. Very, very new, limited what you could do with Infusionsoft and videos at the time. And this was back in 2009, 2010. And so Rich says, holy cow, that could really, really work well with webinars. So Rich hires a programmer to create a simulated webinar for a video that he did to make it look like a webinar was happening live. And then he let the users pick their dates and their time like they were registering for a regular webinar. And Rich wrote a report about this. And it was, I know the acronym was EEDM. And I believe it stood for Evergreen Event-Driven Marketing. Evergreen Event-Driven Marketing. So Rich is very famous for writing reports like the Marketing Manifesto and the Attention Age Doctrine. So EEDM was like his 4th or 5th major report and when he writes reports, they get hundreds of thousands of downloads. So Rich wrote a report called Event-Driven Evergreen Marketing. And you could search it. You could go to Google right now and type in EEDM, Rich Sheffrin, Event-Driven Evergreen Marketing. And he wrote a report on how this is so powerful and that here's what you can do in your business, and it's the future of marketing. He gave all the reasons why it's important. I'll give a couple right now. What are the best ways to convert a sale? A sale is basically a presentation, and when you make the sale, you've closed the sale. So the most effective way, bar none, to do a presentation, without a doubt, is one-to-one, in person. Obviously, we're not going to talk about the presentation, whether it's a flip chart, or I show you on an iPad, or I just talk to you, or you come into a dealership and I have you test drive the car. There's many different types of presentations, but the sale will always be best when it's one-to-one. Now, that doesn't scale very well, and nobody wants to have an online business where every single lead comes to a phone call to you and you're the best salesperson and you have to, you could maybe do eight sales a day at most, right? Even if you had a $47 product. So the next version, the next best way to sell something to somebody is live, one to many. One person to many. And where do you see that? Well, you see that when in person is what we would call a live event. And at a live event, right, we know exactly what's going on. You're an attendee and there's a speaker. And that speaker gets introduced and they come on and they say, hi, let me tell you a little bit about myself. Here's who I am and why you should listen to me. In 1986, I did this and blah, blah, blah. And they walk all the way through and they tell their story. And that created a problem for me. And that problem put me on a journey to find the solution. And I found the solution. And after finding the solution, I applied it. And here's what happens. Here's my results. And after 30 days, I did this. And after just 1 year, we did this. And today, I have this multi-million-dollar blah, 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 blah. But here's what's even more interesting. After applying that, I had a couple of people that said to me, hey, can you show me how to do that? And I said, hey, I could probably show that. And I showed it to about 5 or 6 of my friends. Now, here's Sally, here's Jim, here's Marie. They're all doing this. These are their results. These are real, verified testimonials. So what I realized is I could do it for myself. I could show other people. So today, I want to let you know that I have a program that's available for the first 50 people at this blah, 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 blah. If anybody's interested, it's not $19.97. It's not $14.97. It's not $9.97. Whoever buys today, they can get access for just $4.97. But wait, there's more. And that is a sales pitch called one to many. Now, that is the second best way to sell. And it works like gangbusters. And why does that work better than, let's say, a webinar? Well, you have focused attention on the speaker. Most likely you're not on your phone because it's rude to the person next to you. You're not on your computer. You're not stepping out of the room. So you hear everything in the presentation. Best conversions. It's actually better than one-on-one because you can do one presentation and you can do it to 400 people. So the very next thing is before we had webinars, we had something called a teleseminar. A teleseminar. So what was a teleseminar? That was when the industry realized that we could do a seminar on a telephone. A seminar on a telephone became a teleseminar. And when I first got started in 2002, I would actually register for a teleseminar and I would dial in and put a pin and you would hear, all right, I'm going to open up the conference room for a second. For 3 seconds, say your name. And you hear, and then shut it off. Wow, we've got like about 1,000 people on the line and you did a presentation. So today I'm going to interview Donna Fox. Donna, tell me, how did you get? You would talk, and then at the end of this audio presentation, a telephone seminar, a teleseminar, you would tell people, hey, here's what you can do. So if you're interested in this package, you can go to mikefilsaime.com/teleseminar special. And let me say that again. And it was like a radio commercial. You had to keep saying the URL, because there was nothing on the screen. And then people would buy. Now, after the teleseminar came the website seminar, hence the name webinar. That's why we have a seminar, a teleseminar, and a webinar. A webinar is literally boom, Mike Jones. Mike Jones just, we did that on his podcast last week, and he was like, I never knew that. A webinar is a seminar on the web. And when we did our webinar product years ago, what we led with is this fact. There is nothing, no sales method in the world that converts a visitor to your website to a higher dollar amount in your shopping cart for high ticket products than webinars, bar none, bar none. Webinars are the best way to convert a visitor to your website to money in your shopping cart on the web. Period, the end. Now, other people can argue that and say, actually, that's not true. My funnel, that's anecdotal, right? It didn't work for me. This works. Okay, great. What you're actually doing is you're getting a name and you're sending it to a call center and you have to get people to call. But that necessarily doesn't scale well. If you had a joint venture partner and Grant Cardone mailed for you, you might get your call center backed up for weeks and upset people that they were supposed to get their free consulting call. A webinar uses all the automation from the internet. It doesn't matter if you have 100 people on or you have 100,000 people on. When you say, hit that add to cart button right there, it all happens. Nothing converts better than a webinar. Now, here's the thing, and I'm going to tell you this jokingly, because I want you to understand. When we do a webinar, or historically when I've done webinars, we can do $50,000 like that, $100,000. In fact, we just had somebody reach out to us for Alicia Little's webinar, kind of like a JV broker that said, hey, I'm going to go out and reach out to people. And they reached out to their database, but they copied the email one-on-one and actually sent personal emails. And the thing is they emailed me saying, hey, Mike Filsaime recently did a webinar with Alicia Little that did $186,000. And I wrote back to the person and I said, hey, when you're writing to Mike Filsaime, you might want to, know that you're using me as the testimonial, a little bit of a joke. And then I said, and just so you know, we didn't do 186,000 on a webinar. I've never done 186,000 on a webinar. If we did 186,000 on a webinar, I would know about it. So can you please check your facts? And then I sent something to Alicia Little and Angie Norris, and I said, hey, just so you know, somebody is saying that, we made 186,000 with a webinar. Where did that come from? And Angie Norris says, she responds, she goes, Mike, you showed your screen the other day and you scrolled by and she sent me the screenshot that shows that we had $92,000 in commissions. So I texted Joe and I said, Joe, is this real? He goes, yeah, I told you, we crushed it. And I said to Alicia Little, I said, Alicia, we really did $186,000 with your webinar? And she goes, yeah, with my automated follow-up and everything like that. And I was like, when are we doing it again? So I didn't even know that performed that well. So remember I said, we can do 50,000. With Alicia Little, we did $180,000 on one webinar. Now, what I was saying is, when you can make that kind of money, you would say to yourself, man, I would do this every day, 3 times a day, if you could. But let me tell you what happens. Last year, and up until just a few months ago, I was doing minimum 3 webinars a week, sometimes 5, sometimes 2 in one day. And then at the end of a 3-hour webinar, I would get off and say, okay, everybody, and that's why you need to buy today, and blah, blah. And I would get off and I would just be like exhausted. And then I would get a text from Joe Jablonski and he would say, great job, dude, you crushed it today. Yeah, thanks, man, I'm exhausted. Listen, Jeremy Gislason wants to know if you can do a webinar tomorrow. Oh my goodness, tomorrow, Joe, tomorrow, I told Michelle I'm gonna take her out to dinner tomorrow. And now let me get back to you. How many people is he going to get on? He says he can get 400 people. You would think I would be excited about this, right? But if you know anything about me, I told you that I built my business on an acronym called FAST Profits. FAST Profits. FAST was an acronym. F-A-S-T. Fun, automated, scalable, and leaves me time for time off. Is doing 3 webinars a day fun? Look, you asked Van Halen in the heyday, was doing a concert fun? They would tell you yes. If they had to do 3 concerts a day, 7 days a week, would they tell you that's fun? They would tell you it's exhausting, right? So is it automated? No, I have to show up live. And if I'm not feeling well or I forget the guarantee, is it scalable? No. If Joe gets me more JV partners, that means 4 webinars a day, 8 days a week. And there's not 8 days in a week. So it doesn't scale. And does it leave me time for time off? No, I have to tell Michelle that I have to cancel plans. And Donna knows that. Donna specifically knows that I told her the other day that Michelle and I had tickets to go see a movie. And I forget what movie it was, but there was something that was in theaters. And I said, hey, this is something we want to go see in theaters. Michelle, what movie did we go see just last week? No, we didn't see Black Widow. No, but we just saw a movie the other day. Never mind. When we remember, we'll remember. I guess it wasn't that good of a movie, but we went to the movie theater. But we had to go a few days later because what happened was I said to Donna, hey, just so you know, I'm gonna go to the movie theater. You know, COVID's over. We're vaccinated. It's gonna be our first time in a movie theater in I think a year and a half. I said I don't even think I'd been before the Marketers Cruise. And she says, and she knows I have a home theater in my home. So she goes, don't forget, you have a webinar tonight with Groove Asia with Simon Leung at 11 o'clock. And I said, oh my goodness, babe, cancel the tickets. We're not seeing the movie. And so I'm telling this little story here to let you know that, yes, you can make great money doing live webinars, and you should, because live webinars do convert better than automated webinars. They actually do convert about 10 to 20% better per attendee than automated webinars, because there's an actual live chat, and there's something that's happening when somebody actually hears their name read in the chat and every single question is being answered. An automated webinar is a simulation, so you lose some of that magic there. But what makes more money? An automated webinar that plays every hour of the day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks in a year, 365 days a year, never gets sick, can deal with somebody on the other side of the world in Perth, Australia at 4 a.m. or whatever the case may be. It does a perfect presentation. Its voice sounds very, very good. Its voice doesn't get hoarse because it's got a fourth webinar in a row. It doesn't get sick, doesn't forget the guarantee, and doesn't say, yeah, you know, I just wasn't feeling it today, and I was very spacey, and I'm on some medicine that made me loopy. That doesn't happen. So of course I'm going to take the automated webinar. It makes life fun, automated, scalable, and leaves time for time off. So the second best way to make money on the internet, turning a visitor to a dollar amount in your shopping cart, is an automated webinar. Now, why do webinars work better than video sales letters? Well, we have to understand the way the world works today. Attention, that's what was Rich's report, the attention age doctrine. We are being hit with information from everywhere, notifications. Even Apple has keynotes now about how to shut off notifications and smart notifications and grouping them together. You're attached to your phone 24/7. You have a computer in front of you. YouTube is serving you up every single interest you want in the world, and you're like hitting add to playlist, and you got 37 videos you want to watch. You want to get caught up on your TV shows. You've got a business to run, and what do you've got to do every single day? You know how you find out about almost every offer? In your inbox, right? It doesn't just magically appear that you show up on a website. Generally, you're going through your inbox, and it's now 6 o'clock at night. You finally finish your day. You tell your team, all right, I'll check with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Oh my goodness, let me get to my inbox. And you open your inbox with one eye like this, right? Oh my goodness, 118 emails. And if I don't do my emails right now, what is it going to, I'm talking about what your prospect deals with, right? If I don't do my emails, it's only going to compile till tomorrow. So what they do is email secrets to Ryan Dice. Here is the exact ad we use to click, open. Hi, my name is Ryan Dice. I need to finish my emails. Ryan Dice is talking over here in this tab. And I go through and I'm delete, archive, respond back. I'll get that attachment to you tomorrow at 4 p.m. You send, and now you get another offer. And you open that in another tab, and you open that in another tab. And you finish your emails, and now you've got 3 or 4 different tabs you want to go through. And somebody's hitting you up on Skype. Yeah, hold on just a second. All right. And you know what it's like. You go back at the end of the day, and you're like, oh my goodness, I forgot. I was even looking at these tabs. It's a miracle we buy anything off of a website with all of the things taking us away from our attention. Well, Mike, isn't a webinar the same thing? Don't people have the same distractions? Yes and no. And I'll tell you why. A webinar works like this. Oh my goodness, it's 6:30. Oh my gosh, I got 118 emails. I've got to go through, blah, 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 go through this archive, respond back to this teammate. Ryan Dice tells you, here is the best converting ad we've ever had in our company. And I click, not a video sales letter. It's a page with a picture of Ryan Dice showing something inside his Facebook account going like this. And it says, register to see a case study of our best converting ad ever. We shared this with a few people and it doubled, blah, blah, blah. You get it, right? At this point, that sounds pretty cool. Let's see. Thursday at 2, that doesn't work for me. Friday at 4 p.m., no, taking wife out for date night. Monday at 3 p.m., nothing on my calendar. Yeah, I can meet with my team. That looks good. Get to a thank you page, click something, add to my calendar. I've got an appointment now. Got an appointment. This is appointment marketing. And now that same user goes back to their inbox. Oh my God, I got to get to sleep. Want to eat dinner with the family. I got to get these 118 emails down to 0. They're done. They're exhausted. And now they get an email reminder on Friday, an email reminder on Saturday, email reminder on Sunday, Monday morning, a little video, a handout, and you're primed. You're primed. They keep sending you information. You're going to learn this. You're going to learn this. You're going to learn this. And then all of a sudden, Donna on your team says, hey, Mike, the person that's looking to do this for the company, when's a good time? They want to meet with us. Does 3 o'clock work for you? Just give me a minute, Donna. Let me check. No, I've got an appointment at 3. Can we do 1 o'clock? Great. I'm moving everything around this presentation. Your user now gets an email. They log in, and they hear, folks, this may be one of the most important presentations you're going to hear this year. Why? Because I've seen it do too many good things for too many good people, all these great presentation word scripts that we use. So here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to give our next speaker your full attention. All that means is, you know it, right? Shut off your Skype, do this, shut off your Messenger, and close all the other tabs. And if you can do this, wouldn't it be a shame if there was something on this webinar that could change your life, but you were distracted talking to somebody in Skype? So just shut it down. And now not only do I have you, I'm commanding your attention. And when I have your attention, I'm not rushed to get into the presentation. I can say who I am and why you should listen to me. That establishes know, like, and trust. And then the main portion of a webinar is teaching. A video sales letter is not teaching. It's a pitch. A webinar is I'm going to teach you these 3 secrets. So here's how I do market research. I use a plugin that you can get at the Chrome store. So write this down. All that type of language and pace and cadence is how webinars are done. And now people are saying, honey, I'm watching something that's pretty cool. Oh, don't tell me you're going to buy something. No, I don't know yet, but like, this is really cool. They're showing how they can do this. And if the wife or the spouse is really interested, they get there together. I saw Michelle watching a webinar from people in her Zumba community that started a coaching program. And I'm telling you, they learn well our information, all of the pioneers out there. We've gotten the word out there. And they were doing the presentation. And I walked by and I said to Michelle, did they give the price yet? And she goes, no, I'm hoping it's under $997. And I said, you want to buy that coaching program? Yeah, I really want to work with Steve Boot and all this different type of stuff. And so they give the price, $997, and then they drop it. And what was it, 2 payments, Michelle? Yeah. So here's what they did. They made it like $499 and then 2 payments. Yeah, and then the 2 payments were less. They added to $498. So I got with them. I gave them some tips and stuff like that. And my wife bought it because she got to know, like, and trust these people. And you get a perfect presentation. Now, I've done a live webinar, and sometimes it crushes and sometimes it doesn't. At the end, you always do like a recap with the team, and they say, you did a good job today, but you were a little off here. For some reason, you started rushing that, and you say, you know what it is? It's that customer that left something in the chat and said, Mike, get to the point. Now, some of you may be writing that in the chat today. I don't know. But if you do, let me tell you, that gets in the head of the speaker. Always try to be constructive to the speaker that's there. If they read the chat and they see criticism like that, it could really affect their performance. So always pretend that the criticism that you're giving is somebody giving that criticism to you. And how would that affect you as a speaker, right? And sometimes it's good feedback, right? You'll learn, hey, I need to get to the point a little bit quicker. So what I'm trying to do, and why I went a little bit long here on this first slide here that you're seeing, is I wanted to talk to you about the difference between the most effective ways that you can sell online, and bar none, it's a live webinar, but that comes with trade-offs. You can't do it every day. So when do we do live webinars? Generally, with our JV partners, generally. You get to tap into the authority of the JV partner. They get on the webinar and they introduce you, and they have more of a connection with their list. And so when the JV partner, their list already knows, like, and trusts them, and already paid them money for their products. So when that person says, this person is the person I respect when it comes to this, they're adding credibility that you don't get with an automated webinar. But I think I made the case for why, you know, doing a webinar once or twice a week is great. But how does that work with Facebook advertising? Well, Facebook advertising, you have to decide how many days a week do you want to do the webinar. Now, I'm curious. Are there people here that have the energy to do 3 webinars a day, 7 days a week? Be honest with me and type that in the chat. If you could make money with a webinar, would you be able to do 3 webinars a day, 7 days a week? The truth is, many of you are going to say, I might be willing to do 2 a day, 5 days a week. And then I would tell you, see me in 90 days. And then you're going to say, okay, I cut it down to 1 webinar a day, 4 days a week. And then I would say, I see somebody says, no way, right there. Because at a certain point, you're going to have to trade off income for lifestyle. Look, that happens in any business. When we were growing up, when we were a kid, hey, Tammy, do you want to work Sunday? You get double time. I work 6 days in a row. I really want to take some time off to be with my boyfriend, right? We all have to trade time for money or money for time. That's a fact. With automated webinars, you don't have to. With automated webinars, you use that for joint ventures. It's easy as well, but mostly for your advertising. This is what we call the sausage factory. You get to take everything over here and just automate the process. And on the other side becomes, the automated process just happens. And it just scales perfectly. And so what you want to do is record a presentation. Now, here's the deal. I'm not seeing the comments, but I know it's there. And this question is as old as time. Is it ethical to do a simulated webinar to appear live? That's a spectrum. That is a spectrum. If you watch my presentation at MikeFilsaime.com, where it says we were doing $75,000 a day, is that going to affect where you might be with your ethics? Little smile here. $75,000 a day? It may or it may not. And that's entirely up to you. Then you do live webinars. Or you do what some people do. You call it an event. You don't say it's a live webinar. There are many ways to achieve the same thing without lying. And I would tell you, you never want to lie. You never want to lie. Now, you could be the ethics police and say, well, if the customer thinks it's live because you said in its event and you're simulating the chat, well, then you're lying. Well, then don't do it and let everybody else make all the money. I get that. And I know that people have different ethics. We get that. So some of the things that you can do is you can say, welcome, on Thursday, we're doing an event at 2 and 4. And on Friday, we're doing an event at 6 and 8. It's an event. That's what it is. Now, how you do your presentation, if you start saying things like, let me know where you're from in the chat, is that lying? If you go in and look at the data and see, because we give you the data of what people typed in the chat, and you can see, okay, this is where my users are from. Might be a little bit more unethical if you say, type your name in the chat, and you say, okay, I see Julie from Chicago, Tim from Nova Scotia. Okay, you're pressing the boundaries of making it appear that it's live. That's the whole point of this software, is to do a live simulation. You don't have to turn every dial up like that. You go with where you're comfortable. You go with where you're comfortable. The way these solutions work is they even allow you to put fake chat or simulated chat in there to ask a question that times with your video. It says, okay, I see Jim asks, is there a refund? Well, not only is there a refund, Jim, we offer a double your money back guarantee. Let me explain. Use that any way you want. If that presses the lines of, I don't want to tell anybody it's live, I'm going to do it like this. Here are some popular questions that people ask. Sometimes people ask, is there a guarantee? Okay, it's the same thing, and here's what I'm going to tell you. And this is up to you. There's no ethics police here. The more you pull away and explicitly tell people that this is a replay, the lower your conversions. So go with what's comfortable with you. I know the chat may blow it up and say, is it okay to do this? What are your feelings about this? Or what are your feelings about this? The truth is, we build it into the software to allow you to do what you feel is best for your marketing. And I can tell you what we did. We didn't say live event. We said we're doing it. So my registration page, when they click from Facebook, would say, hi, my name is Mike Filsaime. And this Thursday, this week, we're doing an event. Pick the time that works best for you, and people will go and they will choose. And that's it. Now, sometimes people know that it's an automated webinar, and then the show rates are a little bit less than live webinars. I'm on live webinars all the time that somebody says, is this an automated webinar? And I say, somebody just asked if it's an automated webinar. I think that's enough proof. They say, you could have put that into the recording. Show your screen. I'm like, okay, somebody wants me to actually go to CNN.com and timeanddate.com to prove that we're live and it's not automated. So yeah, automated webinars do have slightly less conversion rates and attendance rates and show rates and stick rates than a live webinar. It's not perfectly interactive, but it's automated. And as I said, it'll generally do about 80% of the earnings or the dollar per registrant that you will from a live webinar. All right, so that essentially is an automated webinar. It's a webinar that you pre-record the presentation, you can simulate the chat, and when an attendee attends the webinar, they believe that it's live, but it's simulated. And it just works like crazy. Absolutely like crazy. I remember the first day that we went live, I couldn't believe. I knew the times. I knew that we were simulating it at this time and this time. And I remember saying to John Russo, we were at Affiliate Summit in Manhattan, and we were at a steak dinner. And I said, John, the add to cart button, it starts, the webinar started at 7, and my add to cart button is 1 hour and 42 minutes into the webinar. So it's 8:41, at 8:42, we're gonna start seeing sales. And all of a sudden at 8:45, 19 sales came in at $9.97, just like that. And we had the webinar running several times per day. So several times a day, we were seeing 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, while I'm in Manhattan having a steak dinner. Mike Filsaime from the past is doing a perfect webinar, perfectly edited, with a perfect pitch that I could show to a friend that says, that's too long, that's too short, you should elaborate on that. Great, let me go create another slide that does that and take that other slide out. You should do this, add this bonus. And then I created a perfect presentation and I put it on autopilot and I never had to do another webinar again. That is an automated webinar. Now, technologies existed to do this. It's there before. I just made a pitch on why you want to do automated webinars. Next, it says on the bullet points here, on demand or scheduled. So that simply means that you can do a webinar that is, people can choose when they want to see it, and it's a rolling schedule. If today is Thursday, it won't show yesterday's date or even today's date. But generally, it'll say something like there's a webinar starting. We call it the just in time, and that means you could set it to start in like 45 minutes. Then they'll see whatever you have. Like you may say that you're going to do webinars 4 days a week, or just every day, 3 times a day. And we're going to demonstrate that for you. Or you want to make it look like it's a real live webinar, and you might be doing like the launch we're going to do in August, and we're going to say, hey, everybody, on Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern time, we are doing a webinar. That is the only time you can see it. And if you miss it, we're not doing it again. So you need to show up Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, but register here. And then what I'll do is I'll have all of my affiliates mail to that page. But here's the beautiful thing. Thursday at 2, the webinar just goes off automatically by the software. I don't even have to show up. I could be in another room talking to my staff saying, all right, we have 1,800 people in the room out of 3,000 registered. That's a really, really great show rate. That's a ridiculously good. Would probably be more like 5,000 registered, 1,800 people in the room. Hey, let's send an email to the other 3,200 people that aren't in the room. Hey, we just got it up to 2,200 people. And then, okay, everybody, here comes the offer. All right, let's check the shopping cart. The add to cart button just went live in the automated webinar. Our sales coming in, yep, 7 refresh, 8 refresh, 11 sales so far. And I'm not even in the webinar, but people think that I am. And that's what a scheduled webinar is. You do it with one date, and it appears to be even more live because there's not all these different choices. Next, moderated or automated. You can actually moderate some of the chat. We're going to get more into that when we do the demo, and it could be made to appear as if it's live. Obviously, we covered that. So not a lot of slides here today because it's going to be mostly the demo. But do I want to transition right now? And I don't. What we're going to do is where you see it says webinars are dead, you're going to have to wait to understand what that means about live webinars. Why are we saying live webinars are dead? You're going to understand in about an hour to an hour and a half, and we're going to talk about GrooveStream and the future of GrooveStream. But first, we're going to demo the actual interface on how you would build an automated webinar. We're going to go through every tab, every gear, explain what settings you want to use, what you want to you may not want to use, the pros and cons to different settings, and show you, once you set up your automated webinar, how you get the button codes to actually build it with our webinar templates. That we're the only webinar platform in the world that's actually built to work integrated with its own page builder. Kartra and Webinar Jam, 2 separate companies. You got to buy 2 different apps, and they don't work together. They were built with different code bases. Kartra was built on CodeIgniter. Webinar Jam was built on Laravel. 2 completely different softwares. They might as well be different companies. If you were using EverWebinar and ClickFunnels, all of these things don't work together. This is the first webinar platform in the world where our pages are not just a dummy registration page. We actually create 6 pages for every set of webinars. So you have a webinar registration, you have an upsell, you have lobby pages, you have thank you pages, you have order confirmation pages, and you even have a page to sell your product when you say click that add to cart button when they're on the webinar. And we even create a webinar replay page. So we create every single page that you need in the funnel. We have different designs. We're going to show you all of that when we come back. Right now, let's talk about why you want to upgrade to Groove, because our price for the lifetime is ending after the Groove-A-Thon. It goes to $1,997. You can get it today for $1,397. After this video, we'll be right back to show you the demo of Groove Webinars and then the future of GrooveStream. Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much. No, you don't have 10 minutes. We're getting started right now as I'm setting up my demo screen here so that we could share my screen. And is my screen still being shared in the studio? Let me just see here with the team. No, right? I'm getting the no signal from David. He's saying, no, no, you didn't, underneath there. All right, share screen. All righty. That is now, my screen's in the lobby. My team's going to pop that in there. And let's see, look at that. I'm actually staring at my screen in both ways. All right, so folks, what you're seeing right here is the actual dashboard, not a test server. So we're going to be demoing the software live. And hopefully on Roop, you're also listening too, because during these first demos, I'm getting the nod from David. You're going to, David, what did somebody say yesterday? They said something about the magic words or something like that.
Yes, so there was a lady, it was in the Facebook group, and I don't know her name, but it was very funny. Whenever Mike says, hey, on Roop, these are the magic words and something awesome is going to be happening. So that's actually true.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to give on Roop the, if we were going to create superheroes for everybody in the group, well, yeah, that I would love to ask the entire team, which, who would on Roop be? I'm going to take the Tony Stark one. Why not? I just like that one. I would actually give on Roop the Superman because or if there's a superhero that could clone themselves, if there was somebody that did that, that would be on Roop. On Roop is just one of the most proficient and efficient and I've never seen somebody that can write code without bugs. And he just gets it right every time. He just gets it. He knows what the software is supposed to do. He actually has an entrepreneurial e-commerce understanding of what software is supposed to do. He's not just an input-output machine. You tell me what to do and I'll do it. We go over the vision. He gets excited about the product, the way that all of the founders do, the way that David does. It's just absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to blow my screen up a little bit here to make it a little bit bigger. All right. And now you're seeing my screen in full screen. And as you see here, if you're joining us for the first time and you're just learning about the app, when you click here, you'll notice that Groove has many different apps. Groove Pages to build your brand website and your marketing funnels. Groove Sell to sell digital products and manage your affiliates. Groove Affiliate to find products to promote if you don't have a product or you want to promote other people's products. You find them in the marketplace. Groove Mail to do all of your email marketing, text marketing, and automation, get your forms for people to opt in. Groove Member so that you can have a learning management system so you can put your content in for automated fulfillment. Professional videos, right? We made a case for that. Don't have time to do it today, but there's a reason why you want to use professional videos instead of related videos that are advertising your competition at the end or placing ads in your videos. Groove Blog, blogging made easy. Awesome presentation we did yesterday. Groove Cart will be tomorrow. That is our Shopify competitor in a nutshell. It's e-commerce, it's physical products, drop shipping, print on demand, and more. And Groove Webinars, create powerful marketing, automated webinars. And then after this demonstration will be our final demonstration today. We're talking about the future apps coming under the GrooveWebinar brand. And that is probably the most exciting announcement we're making this week. Excited to talk to you about that. All right, David Lemon giving a wave in there. Okay, so I could have clicked right there to go to Groove Webinars, but we have a hot link for you located right. Oh, we don't. We're gonna have to put it here. So we're probably gonna replace it. So if you want to find it, you've got to click on apps over here. Learn, build, sell, market. That is a project we're working on that's going to make it easier to walk through wizards of what you want to do. But right now, if we just want to dive in directly into an app, we simply click on Groove Webinars, and then we land into the dashboard for Groove Webinars. So what do we have here? We're going to see our analytics, some quick analytics, but over here, there's a full analytics tab. Over here, we have our quick links that we have in every dashboard so that it looks like the main dashboard, but you have quick links related to this app. Next, over here, no matter where you are, if you're in the settings tab and you want to get back to the home, you click on the home and it's the home dashboard for the webinar app. Over here are your different webinars, okay? Now, these are demo webinars that we've created. I'm probably going to create a brand new one from scratch today. And this is going to tell you any automated webinar and the status of that webinar, if it's active or not active. But you're also going to have invited webinars, and that's for when we have the live portion. If somebody invites you to be a host, and it's going to be great, as opposed to right now, we all know what it's like. When you're being a host onto a webinar, you have no control. So you're 10 minutes before you go on, you're checking your email. You don't know which email they sent it to. You're texting people. You're on Skype going, hey, where's my link to get into the webinar? And then somebody gives it to you, and you're like, no, that's the link to register. That's the attendee link. I need this one. And I'm logging in, and it says Donna. Oh, let me get the mic link, right? It's a pain in the neck. Wouldn't it be great to be in control? Well, if you have a Groove account and somebody else has a Groove account and they're doing a webinar and they invite you, you just go to the invited webinar tab and you're going to see, oh, here's the webinar that I've been invited to from John Benson. And I can click and I can get my own link. So we're the only platform that does that, and I think that's pretty cool. But generally, you're going to be here in the My Webinars. Okay, over here, this is surveys related to webinars and simulations. This is not Groove Survey. And this is where you will click to create a survey. And David, are we going to demo that today? Thumbs up, or is that a coming soon feature? Thumbs down. David's giving me We'll find out, Mike. All right. Over here, same thing, surveys and polls. What is a survey and what is a poll? Poll gives statistics in percentages of how many people chose what, and a survey gives you actual information. So I may create a survey that says, what is your favorite way of getting traffic? SEO, Facebook advertising, Google AdWords, or pay-per-click. And that way, the poll, I can say, I polled my people, and this many people prefer this many people prefer that. And then, or survey. And, well, actually, Donna, help me out. I just got a brain freeze. And I know I'll re-ask the question when you pop into the stream. Okay, a poll and a survey. I have a brain freeze. I'll let you do it.
Okay, so the purpose of a poll is for engagement on your webinar. When we did Webinar Jam, we didn't actually record a connection to the individual person that answered the poll and their poll answer. So it wasn't something where you could take an action on it later. It really is, the purpose of a poll is to get the engagement right there on the webinar. And in an automated webinar, it's to simulate the engagement, because you can create a poll, but also indicate in the setup of the system what you want the answers to be, how you want the answers to show, so that you're kind of generating social proof. We always
there's an ethical way to do that.
Yep.
The ethical way to do that is do a live webinar and actually get
real
the poll data at 4 or 5 webinars. And then when you have that poll data, you pre-build a webinar poll that's going to give that information. Mm-hmm. But people that are simulating, they'll actually answer the question. Their data doesn't go anywhere, but you pre-record while you've got your headphones on in your home studio, and you say, okay, we're going to wait a few seconds and let's see the results. Mm-hmm. Okay, there they are. It looks like 78. Oh, interesting. 78% of you. But you're saying what you had said on your previous live webinar, and you're allowing people to simulate to feel like they participated. So it's a simulation.
Now, a survey is designed specifically to give you information. So the survey would be a live feedback survey that ultimately will have integrated with the GrooveMail database. So every form in your survey can be a custom field, and then you can add their answers to an email, take action based on the answers that are in the survey. So
yeah,
that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, I'll tell you something that Donna would do, but I never would, because I'm lazy. And if she did, I'd high five and I'd say, you really went out of the way to do that? And she'd be like, yeah, that's my friggin' job, Mike, and I'm good at it. Donna will create actual surveys inside that. Let's just say, what kind of marketer are you? I'm a beginner. I've never built a website. I'm intermediate. I've made more than $1 online, but less than $1,000 a month. Or I have a business that's making $3,000 a month, and I want to get to 6 figures. Or I'm at 6 figures and I want to get to 7 figures, et cetera, et cetera. And that's coming from the webinar. And I can assure you, the email follow-up sequence for the people that didn't buy are going to be very, very different. That's tying the shoes when the bear is coming. These are the things that if you can think it, you can build it, that are going to make your webinars more powerful. You can get information from your automated webinars to go into the follow-up sequences for those that don't buy. And then over here are going to be your analytics. Analytics are how many people registered for this webinar today, yesterday, last 7 days, this month. What's my show rate? Your show rate is how many people register, or how many people show up compared to how many people registered. So easy math. You had 1,000 people register and 300 people showed up. You had a 30% show rate. Your stick rate is how many people stick around to see the offer. Now, out of the 1,000 people that registered, well, even before the registration rate, the show rate, you have your registration rate. How many people saw the registration page? Just saw the page. Well, you had 5,000 people see the page, but 1,000 registered. Okay, so your registration rate is 1,000 out of 5,000. 1 in 5 is 20%. So 20% of the people registered. Out of 5,000 visitors, 1,000 registered. 300 showed up. That's a 30% show rate. But out of the 5,000 visitors, right? You're seeing it's a difference between how many people visited the website. So you don't want to just look at the registration rate or the show rate, because you also want to improve your sales copy to get people to actually register. Once they register, they got to show. Once they show, we give you the metrics of how many people stuck around. We give you the bar graph each minute of the webinar, how many people stayed on, the total. And then you're going to see, wow, for every webinar, when 300 people show up, only 80 people make it to the offer. Ugh. And so what are you looking at your total traffic right now? You had 5,000 people come to your website. Only 80 saw the offer, right? And if you have a 10% close rate, well, then only 8 people are going to buy out of 5,000. You start saying, okay, there's many places for me to improve. I can increase my conversion rate to get more people to register. I can increase my follow-up emails to make sure people show up. Now that they show up, I got to go through these slides talking about Mount Everest for 11 minutes here. It's, people are tuning out, and they're just tuning out, and they're getting out of the webinar, or they're even making it to the end, but they're not even watching anymore. So these metrics are all going to be found here in your analytics that are going to tell you where the leaks are in the submarine, so you can plug up the pipeline. All right, but very, very simple user interface. The hero is the webinars, and that's where the wizard is. Other than that, it's surveys, polls, analytics. Now, settings. Let's go over that first before we jump in. You have canned responses, and canned responses are for when you have a questions area in your chat, like leave us a question, these canned responses will automatically respond with that. Like, in other words, leave us a question. Hey, I noticed in your slides you didn't go over that. How do I do that? They're told, a canned response will be, thank you for submitting your question. It just went to somebody at our support desk. Our support hours are Monday through Friday from here to there. You will receive a response back to your email, generally within 1 business day, right? This isn't live chat. This is the support questions asked here. And it's very important that they get a canned response. Otherwise, they're just going to keep thinking it's a chat and just keep asking the same question over and over, and it's going to blow up your help desk. All right. Going back to the main dashboard, we have a big red bar across the top here that you're seeing. And it says GrooveWebinar is now open to users in sandbox mode. We spoke about that before. If you click this, it opens up a little dialog box here that explains pretty much what I did earlier. All right, let's build an actual webinar. So I'm going to click on new webinar here. Ooh, that's interesting. Let me just see something if I do that here. Yeah, wow. Normally we get the name, but I guess we're putting that in the webinar details here. All right, so what are we doing? An automated webinar. We're going to talk later today about live streaming and conference. That should say conference, not meeting. And it's not meet with small group of people, but that's okay. I'll work on this actual text with the team. But today we're focusing on automated webinars. I just gave you a great reason for why you want to be doing automated webinars. In the next hour, we're going to be talking about what we're doing with GrooveStream. So let's click the only option we have available to us right now and click Save and Next. Now, this normally looks like this, folks. All right, if this was on my computer, but I'm zooming in a little bit more so that it looks a little bit easier for you to see here. So we're going to give this a webinar title, and I'm going to call this Groove-A-Thon. All right, that's what users are going to see in their room, in their lobby, in their emails. You've been invited to Groove-A-Thon. Webinar description. Learn why automated webinars are the best way to market your product or service online. Okay. Next, webinar language. Right now, it's because Groove Brazil, it's English or Portuguese. So we're going to choose English. Now, video player, allow users to go full screen. What are the advantages to allowing users to go full screen? Well, if they're on an 11-inch, MacBook Pro or a 13-inch, 12-inch MacBook Pro or computer, your presentation may look a little bit small to the users, right? This is what they may be seeing. And by going full screen, they can see a little bit better. However, when you go full screen, you no longer see the chat. And you got to remember that users, they're not as sophisticated as we are. They click that full screen button, and then you start saying, if you like that, do me a favor, press a 1 in the chat. And they're saying, where's 1 in the chat? Even worse. What you're seeing right now on your screen above the chat is an add to cart button. So to take advantage of this offer, normally $9.97, but today just 2 payments of $197, click that button you see above the chat. Little joking word here, right? Because I'm closer to that. Hello, boomer, right? The boomer is saying, wait a second, I don't see that button over the chat, and they can't even communicate with you. They can't even tell you that they don't see the button. So you gotta understand that there's a trade-off here. We give you the choice. Generally, I'm gonna leave that off. I'm not gonna allow the members to go full screen, but you may want to. It's a personal preference. If David, you have anything you want to say about that, or if you think my advice, he's giving me the thumbs up, that advice is good, that will happen when they go full screen. It does take over the chat. They don't see the chat. All right, featured image. This just opens up your library. We're going to pull an image that we had from yesterday that'll make a good featured image. Let's just choose this one right here. And this is our featured image, and we move on to the next step. Now, the featured image is Donna's power is out again. Thank you very much. David, I'm assuming a couple of things, that the featured image goes here. Let me just load this back up over here. I'm assuming that we'll see the featured image here. Right here like this. And when I finally
Correct,
save this new webinar, and it'll show there. Does it show anywhere else, like in email templates or anything else that I'd want to, like inside the dashboard, the webinar, or anywhere, or it's just for the tile right now?
It could be showing for the pre-made registration page or the thank you page in case they didn't use their own pages. I'm not 100% sure, but this is the main reason we have it for now.
Okay, the main reason is for these tiles, so you can identify it better in your dashboard. Okay, moving on. We have to go through the video, the presenters, the schedule, engage your attendees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So let's do save and next. I'm thinking about, I'm going to use a video from my Groove video library so I don't have to upload, because the uploading process does have to encode, and I didn't want to stop this video demonstration. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a video here, and let's start here with orientation and CEO habits with Donna Fox. I like that one. Now notice it automatically pulled the duration for me. It's 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 23 seconds. Our software needs to know that so that we can do all of the metrics on how long, what percentage of time people stayed, and we can put an add to cart button at 2 hours and 18 minutes and not get and don't say 3 hours where it says, hey, there's an error. You can't do an add to cart button after the video. All right. If you want to upload a video, you click upload a video, and you can just drag it here. It's saying coming soon because essentially we're just going to put the component to upload a video from the Groove video library, but you can right now just upload it to your Groove video library and you can find it here. And that's that. All right. The important thing that I want to mention, this is pretty important. Put the camera on me here, David, if you can. Thank you. Is that the way GrooveStream, Groove Automated Webinar works is we stream the actual video, as opposed to our competitor, my previous company, Groove EverWebinar. What they do is they just play a video, and we all know that with Google Chrome, or now all of the browsers, videos don't play unless you click them. They don't autoplay. And the only way to autoplay them is to have the volume off. And it's terrible for conversions. That happened about 4 or 5 years ago. I remember EverWebinar realized, okay, we have to create a different way around it, and it just crushed conversions. And they've never fixed it because EverWebinar plays a video. In fact, your user can go like this. They can click View, and then click Developer, and see Source. And then what they'll notice in the source code is they're going to see video embed. And you'd be surprised. Now look, if you're in anything other than digital marketing, 99% of your customers are going to think that this is a live webinar. And remember what we said yesterday, 98.6% of statistics are made up on the spot. So, but 99% of people in the dating or real estate or those markets, they're not savvy to webinars because they don't do them. But you are a digital marketer. And so you know there's something called live webinars and automated webinars. So even you are suspect sometimes if you're not on a go-to-webinar platform, is this live or is it automated? And people that know how to view source can go in and go, oh my goodness, this is not a live webinar. Let's think about the psychology of that. It just matters to people and we don't know why. I don't mean we don't know why. It's human psychology. Obviously, we can go to a movie theater and we know that the movie was pre-recorded, but if we're there with a lot of people, we still enjoy it. But when it comes to an education webinar, I thought I was really there with Tony Robbins. I'm going to ask you in the chat, if you were live with Tony Robbins, even if you couldn't chat to him and he shut the chat off, isn't it more exciting to know that you're there live with Tony Robbins than if he recorded it 3 days ago and then you saw, oh, this is just a video? For some reason, doesn't that just take the wind out of the sails a little bit? Like, oh, I thought I was live. I thought all these people here in the chat were with me, or whatever the case is. I think we get it. It takes, as they say, the je ne sais quoi. Something about it makes it feel less special. So if your users have to click to start a video, or if they view the source and they see it's a video, that same thing just happens. The illusion breaks, as we say. So I want to stress the point here. And I'm not saying I was even for this. The team had to push this on me because there's a cost to us. There's no cost in playing a video that streams from your Groove video account, but there is a cost for us to stream the video. So what we actually do is we take the video from your Groove video account and we built our own streaming server. That's pretty easy today, I'm going to be honest with you. 7 years ago, that sounded like, oh, wow, you guys, there are so many off-the-shelf things that we can just go like that and cloud it and boom, we built our own streaming server. We're connecting to server streaming technology instantly. And so what happens when somebody comes in and they see that video, it's not a video. It doesn't have a play button. It doesn't have a pause button. It doesn't have a rewind button. We're not hiding player controls. Your user doesn't have to click to play. When they come in, it's going to be streaming that video. And if they click view source, they're going to see a stream embed code. And they're going to go, oh, wow, this is actually streaming content from a streaming server. And it will actually be an actual stream that people are seeing, like a live webinar is. It's streaming live data. Hope you like that. So I'm taking some time to give some information to you that makes this a better experience for your users. Think about how ridiculous it is when they get to EverWebinar and there's a play button. And then they click play and it starts at the beginning and they're 7 minutes late. All right. So let's move on. Obviously with the stream, it's just going to load, and if they're 7 minutes in, it's going to be 7 minutes in. We do have something called an insertion time that if they show up late, you can say, hey, they show up 38 minutes late, you can insert them back at 8 minutes. So it starts in the middle of a sentence, but the pitch hasn't started yet. All right. So we call that the insertion time. So let's move on. We've added a video and now we need to select a presenter. Now we don't have any presenters, and David and Anurup, I think that we should have something here in the settings called presenters, like we do in GrooveBlog, right? in Groove Member, so that I can go and I can add presenters here, so I don't always have to do it on the fly. But hey, no problem. It says add a new presenter, so I'm just going to do that right now. So for this webinar, I'm going to add me. I'm Mike Filsaime. So full name, folks, not first name, last name, full name, email address. We're going to use mike@mikefilsaime.com because that's my retired email. And am I a moderator, a presenter, or a host? Now, David Lemon, is this strictly right now because this is an automated webinar? Nobody actually shows up. So is this strictly just a label, or does it give anybody any additional? Nobody's showing up, so I'd have to assume this is just how we want to show the person. I'm the host, this is the presenter.
Yeah, so sorry, this is a label in preparation for the future when we have the webinar with multiple functions.
Gotcha, right. For an automated webinar, it's just saying that Mike Filsaime is the presenter, and I'm the host, actually. And the host is, hey, everybody, thanks for joining. Today, our guest is David Lemon. I'm going to make him the presenter. So I'm just going to put it here, CEO, Groove, just like that. We're not going to add more. We want to move this along. And let's choose my image. Let's see if my face is here from the other day. I thought I uploaded my picture here, but let's just upload an image real quick for Mike. There we are. I'm going to do that. Okay, and I've added my image. Did that add? Let me just see. Choose image. Oh, I forgot the upload portion. My bad. When you do this, folks, you have to hit this upload button here, like that, and add it to the library. That's just a preview. And once that's done, I can click select. And there we go. I've got the image. And I'm going to click add. And now we have a presenter. But I also want to add a new presenter. And this is David Lemon. And David, if these don't save to the database, that they'll be in the drop down for next time. They should. I think that'd be a pretty cool feature. And David is the Lemon at groove.cm, and that is not a real email address. We don't even use groove.cm. So David is actually the presenter, and he is host of Lemonade trademark. All right, and let's get David's picture. We're going to make David Tony Robbins just to make that a little bit easier. And David is Tony Robbins for today. We're going to click add. All right, and now, as you can see here, I can edit this information or delete it, and I have some information here, and that's it. That's the presenter step. All right, let's get to some more exciting stuff, and that is where we schedule this. Now, my first time through here, folks, I noticed that there are two tabs here, one for schedule type and schedule settings. So I'm going to click on schedule settings first to see what this is here. And these are the settings. This is the configuration. These are the settings. So do I want them to be able to watch an instant watch replay? And what that means is we will automatically create a replay page for you. And if that's cool, that's fine. All right. Allow late attendees. So you may display the registration box any session that might have started within the past 60 minutes. The purpose of this feature is to let people join as already running webinars instead of forcing them to wait for the next one. Obviously, the video stream will auto forward to the appropriate timestamp to keep the realism intact. So what that means, if it's 12 p.m. the webinar started, and somebody, let's say this, the webinar started at 12 p.m. and they show up at 1:30, 90 minutes. Do you want to not let them in and force them to re-register? And I would recommend you do. Or do you want to pop them in at that point of the stream? Also, David, does this mean that on the registration, we'll still allow them to register? Let's say this. They're here today for an automated webinar. It's now 12:18 p.m., but there was a webinar that did start at 12. Well, if I turn this on, does this allow them to see the 12 o'clock webinar and join the 12 o'clock webinar and come in late?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so if you want to allow that, it's basically allow them to join webinars in progress. I would recommend you use the just-in-time feature and not use this. So personally, me, I'm going to shut this off, and I'm going to do this option instead, and I'm going to simulate that, wow, you just happened to show up before a webinar is about to start. I think that's better. It's like, wow, they show up at 12:30. I can now say that add 15 minutes. And that means I'm doing webinars at 12, 12:15, 12:30, and 12:45. It's going to appear that if they show up at 12:30, I'm going to say there's a webinar starting at 12:45. If I choose this feature, 30 minutes, well, if they show up at 12:31, that means it's not going to say the webinar starting till 1 o'clock. And if I choose every 30 minutes, if they show up at 12:26, then they're going to see there's a webinar starting at 12:30. But finally, if I choose every hour on the hour, if they show up at 12:05, it tells them 1 o'clock. If they show up at 12:25, it tells them 1 o'clock. If they show up at 12:35, 1 o'clock, or 12:55, it says 1 o'clock. So this basically says, do you want your just-in-time to be quarterly, the next 15 minutes, or the next half hour or 30 minutes or hour, or only on the hour? Now, why would you choose this every hour? Well, if somebody shows up at 12:04, they're going to have to wait till 1 o'clock. There's a lot of things that people could get distracted about in the next 56 minutes. They could be excited, and all of a sudden, the spouse says, hey, babe, do you want to go to Publix with me? And out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, oh, cool. And now they can't see the webinar because they got distracted. If you do that at 12:15, more top of mind, they're getting ready. Babe, you want to go to Publix? I'm about to get on a webinar. Just give me a minute. Oh, no, go by yourself, right? Why wouldn't you choose every 15 minutes? Simply because it doesn't look realistic to me. That's kind of convenient. I'm here at 12:04, and they're starting a webinar at 12:15. Do people even start webinars at 12:15? Hey, maybe they do, and maybe it doesn't look silly to you. I generally do 30 minutes, and that means somebody at 12:04 does have to wait a little bit longer. They don't have to wait the full hour, but people don't normally start webinars at 12:15. 12:30 sounds realistic. Personal choice. We give it to you. Now you know how I would set it up. And by the way, somebody on my team might set it up different. They might set it up every 15 minutes, and I wouldn't complain because I don't have the data to tell you. This is all subjective information. I've never tested this stuff. All right, hide nighttime schedules. Oh, yes, absolutely. All right. Now, David, when I choose this, I need a label here on Roop and David that tells me that this is, well, how does it work, David? Is it the user's own time, or am I hard coding for Eastern time? Or do I get to say Eastern Pacific or UK or whatever?
So it depends how it is set up, but it is there is a bunch of different schedules that can show up, so the users can choose which to choose, or they actually only come to the one that you set up.
So let's say I hide anything from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Is that their 11 a.m. to 7? Because the automated webinars always have it to them. However, is this to them, or is this Eastern time?
There's a, I believe in the next step, there's a time zone selector. So it's going to be for the time zone somewhere.
Okay, so I believe that this should be outside of the time zones. I know Donna's not there. I'm going to explain to you why this. Why normally you're not as concerned about time zones with automated webinars because they're automatically converted in the browser to the user's own time zone, just automatically. You don't even use Eastern anything. It will say your local time, 3 p.m. your local time. Now, so the reason for this, David and Anrup, if you're listening, what this is about has nothing to do with the user's time to block them from watching from 11 to 7 a.m. What this is about is that I, Mike Filsaime, am blocking this from showing anybody a choice from 10 p.m. Eastern time to 9 a.m. Eastern time. And the reason why that is the realism that, hey, I know Mike Filsaime lives in Boca Raton, Florida. So there's no way, if I'm in Australia, that this should be showing a webinar at 3 a.m. Something's not right here. Mike's inside the webinar right now, showing me a picture of the studio in Boca Raton. How is he doing a webinar at 3 a.m.? Or Tony Robbins. I'm in Australia. Tony should block out the times of 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. Because if you come to a webinar and it goes live, and you're in Sydney, Australia, and it says, hey, everybody, it's Tony Robbins. Thanks so much for joining us. What a great... It's like, why is Tony doing a webinar at 2 a.m.? So for realism, that's why I like to allow you to put in your own time zones and then block it out in real time. The team will have a discussion about that, folks. And by the time you get it, it'll be clear and labeled there. That's my thoughts on this, is that you should hide the time, not the user's local time, but just to be like, hey, I know this person is in California or in the UK, and it just seems very, very weird that they're doing a webinar at those times. All right, display schedules. Display the next, how many schedules do you want to show? So only the next immediate available, 2 time slots, 3 times, 4, 5, or 6. Now, what is a schedule? Tuesday at 2 p.m. and Tuesday at 4 p.m. are 2 schedules. Wednesday at 4 p.m. and Wednesday at 6 p.m. is 2 more, so that's now 4. And Friday at 12 p.m. and Saturday at 8 p.m. is now 6. So generally, I want to give people 6 choices to choose from. All right? And it's going to show the next 6 that are available. So do I want to block holidays? Block add holidays by country. Let's see, is that a new feature here? Do we have? Do we automatically pull in holidays? That's interesting. And so look at that. It pulls in all the holidays. So let me explain to you what's happening here. You're setting up an automated webinar. It's going to suggest a date for the users. I just skipped that. We're gonna actually add some manual holidays here. But the thing is that if it's automatically if it's Tuesday, it's going to show me an option for later today and Wednesday. We have to understand there will be days where it's going to show on Christmas or New Year's or the 4th of July or Veterans Day, Memorial Day, or Easter Sunday. And we have to understand that most likely somebody's not going to be doing a webinar on Christmas or on, certain religious holidays or Passover or different things like that, or Rosh Hashanah. So we can come in and I could add the dates. Let's say I'm Jewish and I want to block out Fridays and I want to block out, and I'm not 100% familiar. I'm not Jewish, so I don't know if it's Rosh Hashanah, but I do know that there are some holidays throughout the year, once a year, where they shut down and they don't do any business. And let's say you're Jewish, you want to manually add those dates so that your webinar doesn't show up. If you're Ben Shapiro, it would be very, very strange that you're doing a webinar on a Jewish holiday, right? And I know Ben Shapiro, he's a YouTuber, and he always talks about why he can't do interviews late on Friday nights or Saturdays and different things like that, and why it was very difficult for him to ever get on Bill Maher's program, and et cetera, et cetera. But this is simply this. I don't want to get too much into it. If you want to do on Veterans Day and Labor Day, you take them out. I'll leave New Year's Day. I'm not going to do it there. Christmas Day, Thanksgiving, Columbus Day, I'll do a webinar. I'm going to take that off for whatever reason. And if I want to put a specific holiday in, I could block it out here. That, again, is just to sell the realism. All right? So that is my settings. Let's go back to schedule type. One time. We explained that before. This is an event that you just want to go off perfect. You don't want to get sick and you don't want to have a power outage. Even if there's a power outage, this thing still goes off. If Donna was going live today and this was a launch, it would have been a disaster. If this was an automated webinar for Donna, she could have lost her power, but this webinar would have still went on and everybody would have thought that she was there live. So a one-time webinar, again, you're doing a launch Thursday, August 2nd, whatever, at 2 p.m. You got all your affiliates mailing to a registration page. It's going to go live. It's going to seem simulated live, and you don't have to show up, okay? That is a one-time. Most of the times you're automating your business to use with Facebook ads or any type of advertising, and you're going to set up a recurring. So does it repeat every day. I like that, okay? And select a series of times. I want it to play at 11 a.m. their local time. All right? So the user's own time zone. Just trust me, folks, don't mess with this. Unless you're doing a one time and your video says, we're doing it on Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, et cetera, then you're going to fix it to a fixed time. But when you want to automate it, you don't want the users doing a calculation, and you'll just have it on the page, automatically converted to your local time, and they get to choose. And if they live in any part of the world, they will see that it will happen for them at 11 a.m. their time, and it will start for them at 11 a.m. their time. So I'm going to choose this here, and I want it to recur every 3 hours. So it'll start at 11 a.m., 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and it'll just keep going. It'll just automatically keep going until the block, until I say no webinars after 10 p.m. in my settings. When do I want this to start? Well, I want this thing to start. And David, do I have to add an end date? Is there something here that says never end? There should be. So David, let's make sure that this says never end, okay?
Yeah, we could add an option, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just going to let me see if I could actually write a number in here and replace this with like 25. And did that, hopefully that saves it. And I'm going to click add and see if when I edit that, if that saved it as 2025. Yes, it did. I could manually enter it and I didn't have to go all the way through. But it is going to stop. So we need something that just says in perpetuity or never ends, ongoing, whatever we want to call that. So that is just one schedule type. It plays every day, starting at 11 and every 3 hours. Now, I could have done that a little bit different. So let me just show you. I could have said, this is every day. You know what's missing here, David? Fixed day. If I wanted just to play every Saturday at 10 a.m. and every Saturday at 2, or, so we need to add that. So I can say it plays every, oh, it does. It has it. My bad. Just found it. So instead of every day, I want it. So I'm going to delete this one right here. Let's just pretend I didn't do that. So we're going to start over again. So let's say I have a video that says this. Hey everybody, it's Mike Filsaime. I'm going to be doing a special event this week multiple times. I've got a couple of different times for you to choose from. Now, because blah, 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 we're going to be doing the event on Thursday, on Friday, and for those of you that can't make it during the week, we even are going to do one on Sunday. So choose which day works better for you, Thursday at 2 p.m., Friday at 4 p.m., or Sunday at 11 a.m., right? So I'm just, whatever the reason is. John Asseroff does his Brain-A-Thon every Saturday, and they can't watch it any other time. And so I would say every single, I think I said Thursday, and I think I said Thursday at 2 p.m. they're going to have an option. The user's own time zone, recur once a day, right? And start, again, let's just choose a start date, and I'm just going to choose an end date. We're going to make that say recurring. All right, we're going to add another one, repeats every Friday. And we said Friday would be 1 p.m. I forget. 1 p.m. here, user's own time zone. And David, if we could have this match this, I'd rather not use military time. It breaks the brain of Americans, so that should say 1400 is 2 p.m., I believe. You see, I'm not even good at it because we don't use that here in America. So so that's 2 p.m., so we'll have it say 2 p.m. Thank you, I got the thumbs up. So this one is going to say 1300, but it's 1 p.m. User's own time zone. Once a day. Not even sure if we need this here, but I guess that's when it recurs. Because I already said it's every Friday. So I don't think we need this, David, when
yes,
we
but
do a
how
fixed
many
day.
times a day?
There's only 1 p.m.
Yeah, but yeah, correct. If you
Yeah, so it should
select the
know that.
time, yeah, if you select the time, then it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Then it should dynamically say, oh, you can't do every 2 hours because I'm doing a fixed time. All right, so I'm going to start that here. We're going to end that here, but perpetuity we're going to add. And we also promised the people that we're going to do it every Sunday. So we're going to choose every Sunday. And let's say, I think I said we're going to do that at 11 a.m. So let's put the time in, select the time, 11 a.m. User's own time zone, add, and there we go. Now this matches my video. We said, hey, we do it every Thursday at 2 p.m. and every Friday at 1 p.m. and every Sunday at 11 a.m. Okay, great. Now that matches what I said in the video. The point that I'm showing you here is that you can customize it. If you want to know how I do it, I set it up to go every day between the hours that I put in my settings, which means nothing after 10 p.m. and nothing after 10 a.m., whatever those hours were. And I start at 11, and I do it every 3 hours, Monday, you could say. Now, David, was I able to do Monday through Friday, or it was just every day? Could we add one more thing in here, David? Oh, we have weekdays. Oh, we do. So I can do every weekdays, which means, let's just put in parentheses here, David, parentheses, Monday through Friday, and then weekend, Saturday and Sunday. I know it's silly, but it'll be a little bit more clear. And that way, you can do an automated webinar every day, Monday through Friday, and it doesn't have to look like you're working at 10 o'clock at night at 8 p.m. A lot of people are going to think, is Mike Filsaime really doing a webinar on a Sunday? Because it's not just the fact that you're doing the webinar on a Sunday. It's the fact that the schedule and the drop-down choices are going to look like Mike Filsaime is doing all of these different webinars, and that just doesn't seem realistic. So you have to, for the simulation, you have to dial down and do slightly less webinars. And so doing 4 a day, Monday through Friday, maybe. You might even want to chop that down to every 4 hours, so it's 3 times a day. But I think you get the point. So we're going to move on here. This is complex. We're going to have great training that shows this. We didn't necessarily invent this because we invented it when we did it in EverWebinar, right? This technology already exists. This is the whole purpose of automated webinars. We're going to click Save and Next. Okay, and now we are in the Engage Attendees. So this is the polls. And remember, in the settings, back in the main dashboard over here, I set up my polls right here. So any poll that I would have created will show up over here. Now, I don't have any polls, so I can create a new poll, but I'm not going to because we went over what a poll is. It's a way to engage the attendees. When we do real training on this, we'll go over this in detail, okay? But you kind of get the picture. What time of the webinar does the poll start? Well, you created a video. And in your video, at 47 minutes and 20 seconds, you said you ended this sentence. So, okay, folks, so to help me know a little bit more about what type of people come on my webinars, do me a favor. You're going to see a poll, and it's going to ask if you're a beginner, and a beginner means you didn't make any money online, if you're just an affiliate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I go through the pitch, and I say, now that poll should show up right now. So do me a favor, put the poll in, and say blah, 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 blah. Now, when I export that video and I'm all done, I go to my video, and I look, and I do a playback, and I see, all right, that happens at 48 minutes and 15 seconds. Mike says you should see the poll now, 48 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay, so what I do, 0 hours, 48 minutes. I can't type there. I wish I could. So we're going to go down this way, 48 minutes and 15 seconds. There we go. And now I have to go and listen to my video where at about 50 minutes and 10 seconds, I end with this. All right, that is it. You've got about 5 more seconds before I take the poll away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, poll over. And at that point, I look, that happened at 50 minutes and 8 seconds, I took the poll away. So from 50, 0 hours, 50 minutes and 8 seconds, the poll needs to disappear. So I click Add, and Poll is required. I didn't create a poll, but you kind of get it. I would ask, are you a beginner? And I don't think anybody wants to see me build a poll. We kind of get that, right? And that would show up here, and then I know that it starts here and it ends here, and I can edit it and I can delete it. We get that. Okay, cool. Live chat. All right. Do we want pre-configured chat lines to show as the webinar is available? Yes. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to allow you to import previous chat, and we're going to allow you to import as a CSV, pre-made chat, and we're going to allow you to export that so you can edit it and say, I want to change the text. So you can export the one that you're using and then re-import it, or you could start from scratch. Now, David and Anurup, what I'd like to do is I'd like to put a little text right here that says see sample text, and then somebody could get a sample sheet that shows them what needs to be there, how the timestamps need to be, and everything like that. But essentially, what's going to happen is you will create a sheet, and just imagine I'm in Google Sheets right now or Microsoft Excel, and I'm going to say, it'll say user, and I'll say Jim, country, Auckland, New Zealand. Phrase. That is the coolest feature I've ever seen. Can't wait to get access to this software. Right? Type. Moderator, host, attendee. Attendee. Type question or comment. It's a comment. Right? See or whatever. Like we're going to show you how that is. And when you're done, you will go in and you will write this chat, or you'll import it from an actual other webinar, and you time it in so that when somebody shows a demo and you say, do me a favor, if you think that's cool, let me know in the chat. Well, I said that when? 1 hour and 18 minutes in. So at 1 hour and 18 minutes and 3 seconds, I want to start going, wow, cool, awesome, this is great, blah, 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 blah. So that is how you simulate the chat. Didn't invent this, we created this. We did invent this in EverWebinar. It's the same feature here. Or I can manually do it. I'm watching my webinar, and I don't want to mess with this import. I've already got 1,700 chat lines in there that I imported from a previous chat. But right here, and I'm just going to play around with this here, folks. I'm going to put, as I'm doing my bio, and I say, I've been referred to, I'm going to put here that, at 3 minutes in, and 58 seconds, that Jim Smith, who is an attendee, and remember we said chat or question, these are the same things that are going to be in the spreadsheet where you can do a mass import, said, wow, I never knew Mike Filsaime was considered the Michael Jordan of internet marketing, right? And now I'm going to click add, and this is my live chat right here, and this more I have, if I have 1,700 lines, they're all going to show here. All right, but what are we doing? We're building in social proof. I just bought it. I'm a customer, right? These are things that people say, so you simulate it from previous webinars. If you don't want these things that increase your conversions and you feel they're unethical, then don't do it. I totally get it. The power is up to you. We can't control what you write in the chat, just like we can't control what copy you put on your sales pages. I don't want somebody to say, hey, Mike, you're creating a software that enables people to do unethical things. Yeah, that's called Groove Pages. That's called Groove Cart. Like, we don't know what you're selling, right? And then we could come up and say, hey, that's unethical if it's reported to us, but we can't control what you type in a headline. So again, we spoke about this, and I think that if you're doing a simulation, you're okay. But you don't want to lie and say it's live and welcome. There are some things that we do tell you, as you can see here, I like to hide the time in the top right corner of my computer. I like to shut off notifications. And we also teach you that you don't want to say anything in your presentation like, let's say this is a slide. So I was at the movies last week, and there was a scene in The Avengers, spoiler alert, right, where Thanos snaps his fingers and half the world dies. And he made a statement, and here's how I took that and how that applies to your business. Hey, that is really great 2 years ago. But 3 years from now, when you say, I was at the movie theater the other day, and if you were watching the Avengers like I did, and you got to remember, you got to evergreen proof your things. I remember I made a mistake. I had a webinar that ran for 5 years. It was called the Franchise Model Secret. I shut it down when I started my previous company, Genesis. It just didn't fit with that brand anymore. And everything was great, but in the presentation, I said, look, you got to decide if you want to spend a couple of extra hours working on your business, or if you want to watch reality TV like John and Kate plus 8. And I remember that Joe Jablonski told me that he was addicted to the TV show John and Kate plus 8. So when I was doing my webinar, I thought it was cool. But you know what? That just didn't make sense three years later when they were off the air. So you got to keep those things in mind. Keep your presentations evergreen. Keep your desktop evergreen. Make sure you don't go to a website like CNN. You know, it says troops were pulled out of Afghanistan today. What? That happened 4 years ago, right? It's going to blow your webinar. Make sure you evergreen proof your words, your slides, your desktop, everything like that. Okay. So in fact, even your chat, you want to evergreen. If somebody writes something that isn't evergreen, that you imported from a previous webinar, you want to take it out, right? Okay, so now let me just add another one real quick. I'm going to choose a time. I'm just going to put it in at 1 p.m., just like, 1 hour into the webinar. Let's just put that 1 minute into the webinar. And that'll show up above this one now. And we're going to put Tom, who is, let's say, an admin, says into the chat, you can buy here. Not that you would. That would normally be later, right? And so we're just going to put http://groove.cm/buy. There's obviously nothing there, right? You can buy it here. There we go. And that's a message. And we're going to click add. And now we're going to see that show up here. And now I want to click the bulk edit. And I want you to see that this is a built-in spreadsheet that EverWebinar doesn't have. That's as easy as this, but we do. So I can come in and I could change the time here if I want. And I realize, oh, you know what? This person's actually saying, oh, wow, what a cool demo. Before I asked, is that a cool demo? I messed up the time. That actually happens at 8 seconds. So guys got to type something. So it takes them 6 seconds to type. So I'm going to move it to 14, et cetera, et cetera. I hit save. I want to just change this because it's actually buy now. I didn't realize I got the URL wrong. And boom, I can do mass edit. I know Donna just saw that because the word clunky was invented when Webster used EverWebinar and tried to edit his mass chat with EverWebinar. He invented the word clunky, if you're not aware of that. And I see Donna chuckling there because we know some of the things that we wanted to improve upon that we couldn't. All right, folks, that's your live chat. Now, attendees. Do you want to display your attendees? Hide the number of attendees in a room. No, you never want to do that. Yes, you do. If you're doing something where it says, hey, we only do this to a small group of 8 people. Okay, it doesn't matter right there. But generally, this is called social proof. So peak attendance. Let's get this thing up to 878 people. Wow, I'm in the right place. There's 878 people. If you put this, why is my Control A not working? 14 people, well, who wants to be in a movie theater where it's you and one other person, right? But when you go to see Star Wars, The Force Awakens, I'm going to the theater in Hollywood, and I want to be there in a packed theater, and you want to be part of the, quote, event. And I actually did that, by the way. Donna, did I do that with you? No. You guys, I did. I did that with you. I know that we went to see. Was that you?
I know I did it with Raul. Because
I may have been there with you because I saw The Force Awakens at the Chinese theater.
I feel like you did.
Yeah,
but I don't specifically remember it.
I remember where my seats were. Big center.
Right. Yep.
And then little section to the left, little section to, it was Raul. I remember I was with him. It was off to the left. We came in, we went to the left, down about
in the front?
80% of the way. Yeah, about
we
4
were all
seats.
there.
And then that was, yeah. And so that's an event, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and man, was that great. So I want to be there with the 878 people in the theater, not 14. So make this number large and keep it within the reality of your expertise. If in your slide you're saying, hey, I may be new at this, I only started marketing about 3 months ago, all right, put that to 180. And, you know, if you're Grant Cardone, you might want to put that number at 8,000, right? Because it works within your brand. I'm going to put 878. That's the peak time. I want this to go probably about 7 minutes in the webinar. And so what's going to happen is 9 minutes, fine, is it's going to show people in the room, 22, 48, 68. And it's just going to keep building for the next 9 minutes until it hits 878. Now, margin of percentage, I'm willing to lose 15% of the people in the room. The decline time, Donna, I don't even know how this works. David, do you know how this works? The decline time, that's when it starts declining. All right, I'm going to put here at 1 hour and 10 minutes, it will start declining. And just so you know, when it hits the peak of 878, it's going to fluctuate down to 850, 847, 863, 859. It's going to fluctuate to look like people are coming in and out of the room because that's what happens. So it's a simulation. Minimum attendees at leave time. I never want this to decline less than 585 people. Okay, great. Dynamic attendees. Sticky messages. I'm going to start going a little bit quicker, but you know how we pop up in StreamYard. David, pop a sticky message, if you can, right onto the stream right now from the chat, from a user. Okay, there's a sticky message, and then over here you see featured comment. David, pop a comment from one of our users. And so David's going to go to the chat. Donna, what did you do with Raul? Laugh out loud. Raul is, left Genesis. He went on his own and he started his own software company. We just had dinner with him in San Diego 4 months ago, and he's doing very, very well in his own startup. He's no longer with Genesis. We tried to get him over here. We never asked him once we realized how successful he was doing. All right, so what you're seeing is David is putting a featured comment and also a sticky message that was rolling at the bottom. So if you want a sticky message to show over here at 1 hour, and I'm just going to leave it, you know, the minutes like this, right? I don't want to keep picking times, right? And I want it to come off at 2 hours, right? So it's going to last for about 10 seconds. 1 hour, 59 minutes, 50 seconds, goes away at 2 hours. The message says only 3 packages left at this price. Okay, I can then change that 2 minutes later to say only 2 left. I could do like a countdown there, or anything. Jim just purchased, or don't forget, we offer 30-day money-back guarantee. You get it. I'm not going to give you all of the simulations. We'll do training on that stuff better. So I might say, you know, you can buy this. Get your download the report here, whatever the case is. A featured comment is making it look like this user said this at this time, and then I add it. Okay, the offer, very, very important. We will spend some time here. I go into my video, and at 58 minutes and 3 seconds, I say, all right, folks, so right now above the chat, you should see a button that's going to allow you to get this at the lowest price we've ever offered it. Now, you can't do that with GoToWebinar because they don't have buttons that you can push, and you can't do that with StreamYard. But you can with this webinar and what we're going to show you in a minute when we get to the streaming. So I want to start the offer. What did I say? At 58 minutes, 0 hours, 58 minutes, and 10 seconds. All right? And David, with the end offer, there should be something else in the drop-down that says till the end of the webinar, like never come off, right? So it'll just always stay on. But I know that my webinar ends at 1 hour and 45 minutes and 59 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to name the offer, and this is called the 1-pay plan, right? And I do that because I'm going to create another offer that's going to be called the 3-pay plan, because I might want to get everybody to pay in full at $9.97. But 20 minutes into the webinar, I have a question here. Jim says, do you offer a pay plan? And I record this in. We don't normally offer a pay plan, but I got good news for you. Today, if you want the pay plan, and then now the 3-part pay plan will show, and then they can buy with a 3-part pay plan. All right, I call this a 1 pay plan, offer headline, get 80% off today only, or I might call this Groove Funnels Lifetime Offer, exclamation point. And get 80% off today only, blah, blah, blah. I get a featured image from my library, and that happens to be this, like this. And I just load it. Now I have an image that's going to show up next to the order button. And now, again, remember, this page normally looks like this, so I'm seeing this information here, so it looks like, hey, where do I add all that stuff? Right now I have to scroll. What I want the Add to Cart button to say, I could leave it Add to Cart, or yes, I want lifetime. Yes, I want lifetime access, and they can buy that at https://groove.cm/ wherever that might be, buy now. So I put the link. It will always open in a new window, and the price is $13.97. Do you want to apply urgency? Oh, yeah. And so the countdown timer, from the moment the offer is displayed, they have 15 minutes to buy. And I can say, now, folks, this offer is only available for the next 15 minutes. When this countdown timer, little error there, guys. When this countdown timer hits 0, this buy button is going to disappear, and you're no longer going to be able to get access to this offer. And I hope the Save and Next was saving all my other previouss, because we crashed their team. And let's see. We're in luck. It saved it. And we were at Engage Your Attendees, I believe, and it broke when I was doing the offer. So my offer didn't work. So I'm just going to start the offer at any time here, as you can see. I'm going to leave it up for an hour. And so there seems there was a bug there. Remember, we're in sandbox mode. All right, and throw an image in there. And we're not going to change anything here. http://AOL.com. We'll leave it as add to cart. Can make the price for $13.97. Okay, we're not going to apply the scarcity because that is just not ready right now. So file sharing, folks, very, very simple. I can select a file from my file library in Groove Member. Yes.
Before you go into file sharing, Kevin in the chat just had an amazing idea that after we pop the offer box in a webinar, we also have a feature that puts the offer in the chat. So like every chat scroll, every time the offer goes up, the offer pops in again with the clickable link.
Yeah, like every 10 times it just shows up in the chat.
So it's just kind of always in the scroll or in the scroll every other couple seconds. I love that idea. So I'm writing it down. Thanks, Kevin.
Or maybe it stays sticky to the bottom. So as it goes up, it stays sticky all the time there, no?
So David and Anrup, I just noted, and that's a great feature request. Awesome, thank you. We're going to add that. David, I just noticed what I wouldn't call a bug, but I would call it was missed in development. If you take a look at the live chat, you'll notice my settings didn't save. I said, yes, I wanted this, and oh, this is here. Okay, but this didn't save. When I go here, it should automatically save what I had over here. So remember, I said dynamic attendees, all of the stuff that I put there, it should save every time I go. And I want to show you there's a bug here. Look at this. I'm going to choose an offer to start here and end here. Okay, and I'm going to name the offer. Right, I'm going to add an image. Any image, we're going to add, you're going to buy Mike's face, add to cart button. Not sure if you guys caught this. This is a bug. http://AOL.com. Anrup, if you're watching, I typed the price of $13.97. and I add the offer. Oh, damn, I'm not supposed to apply the scarcity. What is that ad? Why did I just get a bug there? But so, David, what I wanted to show you was simply this.
Yeah,
that when I
so
add,
when you go from step to step, it saves, but we need to also add the autosave between the little tabs in one step.
yeah,
We'll
but
make
not
sure
only
that
that, what happened was when I went to offer and I didn't hit the ad, I just went to file sharing. And when I went back to offer, it was gone.
Yeah, because when you're going from tab to tab, it doesn't actually save. Only when you're going from schedule to engage your attendees with the save and next button, then it saves. We'll add the autosave
Yeah,
functionality.
so we're going to add
into the
autosave,
tab.
folks, when you go through
Yeah.
these different tabs, which is important. Okay, file sharing allows you to upload a file so that you can simply say, hey, at this time, right here, you're seeing a little download box that allows you to download the file. So I might say, if you're looking at the screen, me a little over here, I might say, bear with me. I've got...
I guess I'm supposed to jump in when he walks away from the camera. We're just laughing at you leaving a purple screen in your wake. It was great.
Somebody just joined, right? I may say, like this Joanne Newby's, group success planner. And I may say, hey, folks, we worked with Joanne Newby, and you can get access to this success planner. It's normally $79, but she's giving a digital download only available on this webinar. Right now on your screen, you just saw a button pop up. Simply click that button, and you can download a digital PDF version of this planner right now. All right, so we know how this works, right? I know that in the recording, I said that at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So I make this appear at 1 hour, 2 minutes and 10 seconds and disappear at this time. And I select the file that I uploaded into Groove member files, and it shows me all of my files here. Okay, alerts. Alerts are just different, like buy alerts. Only, again, it's kind of like sticky messages, but they show up in a different area in the interface. And there are things to say like webinar is ending in 5 minutes, only 3 left, offer expires, or somebody just purchased, or whatever it might be. It's just a little alert that you want to show. It's called engage your attendees. We kind of get that. Everything here is like, when does it happen? When does it end? David, I'm noticing this one. If I'm missing something, let me know. But I notice every other feature had a start and a stop. So this alert, I can give it a time, but it doesn't say when it ends. Oh, unless it automatically stays on for 10 seconds.
Yeah,
so
it's just, it's the proof widget.
Okay. It's simulated proof widget. All right, so we're going to put a little bit of information here, like a screenshot of what it looks like, and it'll say, this will stay on screen for 7 seconds, like that. So these are like your proof widgets. So we're probably going to rename this proof widgets, simulated proof. All right, notifications, so we click save and next. Notifications, right? Your users will receive email reminders about your webinar. Of course, yes. So from which one of your accounts? We're going to send from the Groove Mike Filsaime. And are we going to send text reminders? Yes, but I have to set that up in my Twilio. I haven't set that up yet. I got to connect to Twilio. We're going to do that. Now the Groove Mail is available. Great. What are the alerts? Well, there's the welcome message. Let's edit and see what's going on here. This goes out immediately, and this is what happens here. And I can send a test email to see if it works. This is an email that goes out 24 hours before the webinar starts. This is an email that goes out 36 hours or 8 hours or whatever the case may be. And then I got to enter my subject line, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Donna, I just noticed, and David, I just noticed, when you click here on this one, it had no pre-built-in subject line. So we need to make sure that it has a pre-built subject line, because if somebody doesn't go and edits these emails, they're thinking, oh, I'm just going to use the default. And it left the subject line blank. And let me just see here. Am I adding a new email or am I editing? I'm adding. Okay. Oh, I clicked add. Okay. Yeah, so I see. Never mind. I was clicking add. I thought I was clicking edit. My bad.
I think that's a user interface issue because the top one, it's edit. The same button is edit in the same place. So
Yeah.
you won't be the only one to make that mistake.
So David, what this should have, it shouldn't say edit email here. It should have a pencil, and that's it. It should have a pencil. And then here, this would say add, and these are edit, okay? Very good. Thank you, Donna. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. I saw edit, so I thought this meant edit, and I just added some emails that I wasn't even aware of. Okay, there you go. And so now I've got my subject line, et cetera, et cetera. And last minute reminders. Now that we're live, I might want to send one 15 minutes after we're live. And my replays I will set up here. We get this, folks. I'm not going to go through this. We're basically saying when people register, they get reminders that it's about to start. They get an email that they get indoctrination emails a couple of days and hours before. We're going to call those indoctrination emails. They get a welcome email. They get we're about to start email. It's more like a notification. Hey, it's going live in 15 minutes. Then they get an email. Hey, we're live. We started 15 minutes ago. You haven't missed much yet. And then, hey, sorry, if you missed anything, here's the replay. We get that. Okay, this is just some automation. Now, we automatically do the emails for you, but some of you may want to integrate with third-party platforms like MailChimp and ActiveCampaign and send the leads to Infusionsoft. You'll do that in automations. You don't do that here. See, Webinar Jam had to do something called like third party. We already have that built into our automation. So you're just going to go later and say, if somebody joins this webinar, then add the data to my ActiveCampaign. Okay? So we don't have that here like Webinar Jam does because we've combined Webinar Jam and Kartra, which they didn't. They're two separate platforms. So, all right, that's it. We're going to go to post-webinar. Enable email notifications. We're going to shut this one off because I never connected that. That finds the error. Great work to the developers of GrooveWebinar Automated. Donna, I'm having such confidence in this, really. Some of the stuff that I'm coming to is like minor suggestions. So really happy we're going to be able to build our automated webinar. We've been waiting for this. All right. So post-webinar. What do I want to do? Do I want to David, help me out here. I don't know what this is. Thank you page, survey, or external link. What's going on here?
So this is after the webinar finishes. Do you want to redirect the users over to a pre-built thank you page that will be basically built in? Do you want to send them to a survey, or do you want to send them to an external link?
Okay, so there's a couple of things that you can do. And so what this is saying is when the webinar ends, I want to send them to a page in my funnel, or this will automatically drop down with different group pages in your Groove page. Do you want to send them to a survey? No. Don't ever use a survey. In my opinion, this is what you want to do. Unless you said you can't buy anymore. Send them, redirect them. Sorry, let me type this. Got the microphone in front of the keyboard. It's hard for me to type. All right, let's redirect them to buy now to the page. So it's in a browser. So what you want to happen is, all right, everybody, that's the end of the webinar. We'll see you soon. Take care. As soon as it's done, redirect that entire browser to your order page. That is what you want to do. Now, you can either type in the external link, or you can put in a page that's going to drop down from the thank you page that's built into your webinar platform. I'm going to show that in a minute. David, can you tell me why I have this? What do we need to copy the URL for? I don't think we need that.
I don't really know the existence of that icon. Why is it there?
All right, Anurup, I don't see the reason why we would need that. I guess, it's to copy to see if the link works, but I think it might just confuse people a little bit more, like they need to go paste it somewhere. So I would take that out. Okay, so now we know what happens at the end of a webinar. And we're going to click Save and Next. And now, our pages. This is interesting. Are we going to use a custom URL or the Groove thank you page? And when is this? Is this after they register? I'm assuming.
Yes, so these are the default thank you pages. You
I
can
see.
actually
I got it. This is if you're using your own third-party page building platform and you built it on ClickFunnels and you built it on lead pages or WordPress and you're publishing outside of Groove pages. Most of you aren't. You'll choose custom URL and you'll put your ClickFunnels URL here. Most of you intelligent people are going to be using the Groove thank you page. And then you're going to go in to a site that has right now. We didn't build any of our webinars out, so we don't have any webinar funnels. You would find your site that has a webinar funnel, and you would choose the actual page. You'll do the same for the replay, and you'll do the same for the upsell if you're using it. And then when you're done, you click Save and Next, and we're going to just leave like this, and let's see. All right, now I'm done with my webinar. I have a link to the registration page. Wow, my eyes saw GoToWebinar right here. I swear to God, my eyes saw GoToWebinar. Isn't that amazing? We're going to click copy. And now I don't even know if we have a registration page yet because we haven't built one out. So I just want to see what happens here. Oh, we get just this widget, which we don't necessarily want to do. We want to embed this onto a page. This is pretty cool. First time I've ever seen this. So that's a registration page to give somebody a quick link. Let's see what happens. You can see it starting in the next 26 minutes. Next event starts here. Convert to other time zones. We need a better job here, David, that explicitly says your local time. Like something it needs to say here, your local time.
So
also,
this default registration page is getting revamped completely. We are getting rid of the left-hand side, and we are just making something like GoToWebinar, like the stream is starting soon or webinar is starting soon. It's like going to be a welcome page or registration page.
Now, is this planned? Because this is a bug. What our software is doing is saying, hey, just so you know, we're hard workers. Here's how many webinars we're doing this week. But the next one's starting in 26 minutes, and it's the only one that you can join. That's what I'm saying.
This was the option you asked about earlier. Hide dates and hide times. This is where you actually can hide it from.
So I need to go into that webinar, and I'm going to edit this, and I'm going to go into the schedule, and I messed something up here in the. Wow. User's own time zone. What? Is that the settings that we did?
Yeah, so you have the schedule type and schedule settings.
Okay, but didn't we add more options in this?
You did
this
the
is only
recurring,
one
I
time.
believe, and also went to the schedule settings, and there you added some more.
Yeah, no, I remember adding like a Friday, a Saturday, a Sunday.
You did, yeah.
I remember building them.
Could be that you went to schedule settings and then schedule type didn't save. This is the
let me just do this. Yeah. I'm going to see that this is how we did it. This is good. So I'm going to go here. And guys, on Roop, if you're watching, try to find out why all the settings that I put in didn't happen. They need to save when you go in between tabs. That's a must. I wanted to do a recurring. I'm just going to do one that repeats every single day from starting at 11 a.m. and the user's own time zone, and it recurs once a day, and it will start today, and it will end way in the future. I'm going to click Add. Oh, what the heck just happened here? All the previous ones just showed up.
And this is why it's in sandbox mode, folks.
Was I not scrolling down? No, I scrolled all the way down. All right. Anyway, we're going to look at that. So I'm going to delete this one because I already had it. All right. So, David, where do I say, you're saying in here that I can I can choose how many they get to see. Okay, this was programmed wrong. That's why we're in sandbox mode. Right, Donna? I'm saying that when I'm displaying the next 6 options for them to register,
Yes.
I'm not displaying how hard we're working. That, hey, just so you know, this is how hard we're working, but you only get to choose the next one. So what's happening is, and we need to do a favicon here, probably just use the Groove logo or let them choose a favicon, David, in the profile setups. I think that's going to be important. This needs to be a drop down here, okay? Or this needs to be something that says,
Well,
let's just do it the way EverWebinar did it, right? They did it right. You get to choose, you should be able to choose either select a radio select here, and then I think when you click the radio select, it should then give you like if I click here, it should say this webinar starts in 1 day, 48 hours, 48 minutes. If I click here, this webinar starts in 3 days, 40, and then register for that webinar. That's what should happen. Radio select buttons for how many we want. When I click here, it tells me how much time before I start. It should definitely say time zone, big, really big, time zone for this webinar, your local time. All time zones are whatever it is, right? And then this should not be a drop down. And I know, David, we're redoing it, so that's great. I think this should be a small little button here that says see more time zones, like not a button, a text link in gray, or something that's not looking like it's part of the process, right? Or even up here where it's the
right
different
under
time
the time
zones.
zone.
Yeah, it should say
not
change.
your time zone or change. Yeah,
Not your time zone change. Yeah.
If you click on the register button, then it shows more drop-down models, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was designed to do name and email first, and then select the schedule.
And then the selection, yeah.
On the second.
Oh, I see.
I think may confuse users.
Yeah, people want to know before they register, is the webinar going to work for me? So the register now should be the final step. I like that right there. And they should be able to pick this here. The other thing that we've got to, and this could be a nice widget that they put on the page. I do like this. In my opinion, I am at 100% right here. I think the host picture needs to be much bigger. I think it literally should be this size. I would do it a little bit more like that. And of course, we have to have room for multiple host and presenter, right? And then this will just get pushed down. But this looks kind of tiny. We really want to build that up. All right, but I love that we've got that. This is really exciting. And I know that I can also see embed that box, so I can just copy this here. And what I would recommend to the developers, David, and the UI here, is to take this copy right here and put it right here. All right, because I don't want people thinking, you got to remember the beginners out there, they're gonna try to wonder why they can't copy this. I can imagine somebody thinking that that's a code they have to copy. So I would put it outside the box, but that's minor. People will figure that out. We're going to show you how you add that to a Groove page in just a minute. And presenter links, these are the links. Not sure what these are for because it's an automated webinar. I got to be honest with you. Does this go into the admin dashboard?
I think it's the admin dash for the live chat.
Okay, so we would call these like the moderator panels. All right, but the important thing that you want to know is that there's two things you can do. You can link to the registration with a button, or you can embed the registration box on your page. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break right now, again, on why you want to upgrade to lifetime. I'm going to tell you what free members will get with automated webinars compared to paid members coming up next. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to transition to templates and building these pages into Groove and how Groove will talk to Groove pages and these embeds will work and all that good stuff there. So let's go to that commercial break. It is now 2:11. I thought we were going to be out of here at 2:30 today. I don't think we're going to be out of here till about 3:30 because we still have to cover how to do the pages, and we want to talk about the live streaming. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hi, I'm Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we want to thank you very much for watching the Groove-A-Thon, and we hope you're enjoying it. You know, normally we would never ask you to take a break from the Groove-A-Thon, but there are a couple of things that are more important that you want to be aware of. The first one is our Groove affiliate program. The second one is an upgrade, and we're going to talk about that in another video. But for right now, we want to let you know why our affiliate program is so important, and that just this week, just Wednesday, we paid out over $300,000 in commissions. That means we're paying out over $1 million each month to people just like you. So here's what you need to do. If you're not a GrooveFunnels member, you need to go to groovefunnels.com and you can sign up with no credit card. Anyone that signs up at groovefunnels.com is automatically already an affiliate. To get your affiliate links and your promotion tools and learn more about the affiliate program, all you need to do after you sign up is go to groovejv.com. That's groovejv.com. In fact, you should pause the live stream right now and open up a new browser tab and go to groovejv.com. Over there, you will find, as I said, all of your affiliate links and more information in a video explaining our two-tier affiliate program. Now, free members get paid 20% commission on anyone they refer, and if you upgraded and you're an upgraded member, we double your affiliate commission to 40%. And on top of that, we pay you 10% on tier 2. Now, there's a video that explains this math and why people are making so much money promoting GrooveFunnels. People will love you for it. It's a free product with a suite of products and no credit card is required. Now, we do a really great job convincing people to upgrade based on the value of our software and our value proposition. So all you need to do is get your affiliate link and start promoting. We give you banners, blog, written blog reviews, email swipe copy if you have an email list, a place where you can get solo ads, do press releases, post on Facebook, post on YouTube. We give you all the tools to get your affiliate link out there. People absolutely love GrooveFunnels, and there's a movement going on right now. And the reason why you want to get your affiliate link out there is we do something that you'll find at GrooveJV in a more informative video. But in a nutshell, it's called First Tag Wins. What that means is if you simply have somebody click your link and they sign up for GrooveFunnels with no credit card, if they sign up an hour later, a day later, a week later, a month later, 6 months later, or a year later, or several years later, it doesn't matter. They are tagged to you without using cookie technology. We have an exclusive technology that does that. What that means, if they sign up on their phone or on a laptop and a month later or a week later, they sign up on a completely different computer or at a hotel lobby using the internet cafe at a hotel, and they decide to upgrade to Groove, they are hard-coded and locked into you for life. That means all you need to do is get the word out, get people to find out that Groove is awesome, just like you do right now. They'll sign up for free. They'll thank you for it. And when they upgrade, you'll get a 20% commission. And if you're an upgraded member, you'll get paid 40% commission and 10% on tier 2. These commissions are massive. And we have people that are making a full-time income. As we said, just this week, we paid out over $300,000 in weekly commissions. So take a little break from the Groove-A-Thon right now. Press pause, go to groovejv.com in a new browser, make sure to get your affiliate link, follow all the steps in the promotion tools, and then we're going to welcome you back to the Groove-A-Thon. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back. We're going to wrap up now with GrooveWebinars Automated, which showing you how you actually build your pages. So let's jump back in, share my screen here again. Clean my glasses off. All right, so we're seeing my screen, and let me zoom in more for you. David, I'm noticing here on the links, do we like that? Invite people? I'm cool with that, but should we call this registration links? Or what do you think, Donna? Invite people? Because when I see invite people, the first thing that I thought was, Donna's power is out again, I'm being told. Oh, no, that's an old message. I'm seeing I'm seeing like invite other hosts and moderators, like send me
I
the invite
agree.
link. Yeah. So
Yeah.
this is called presenter login links, and that's more, which is a good name, right? That is good. Group pages are ready to show off. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the invite
Registration links.
registration links. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is called links. Let's call this links. Registration links, David. Thank you. All right. So link to the registration page. This is important. I'm going to show you why you want to use that, especially if you're using a blog or third-party software or sending an email out to your list. Hard reload, please. I definitely will. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we're getting some links on how I can do a better demo for you because we've just pushed some stuff live to the server. All right. And what is the difference between the link to a registration page or embedding it directly on the site? We're going to go over that. Presenter links is to go to the control center. So I think, David, right here at the end of the webinar, when we said launch webinar, this, where it says presenter links, should be called the same thing that we just saw over here. We saw this called control center. Control center. So let's call this control center links. And instantly I would have known. Presenter links is very confusing for an automated webinar. Now I do understand that we have live and we have automated. Thanks, Donna, give me the thumbs up. We're going to have to determine if this is an automated webinar, then this will say control links. And if it's a live webinar, it's going to say presenter links and control links. We'll still need both. We'll need an additional tab there for live. All right, great. We've got that recorded in the can. Let's go back to, we don't need this anymore. So this is linking to the registration page. You can send it an email or put to a button on a website or embed. We're going to go over that. Presenter links, we just went over. This is where you can see chat happening in real time. And this is where you can get an actual link to the page where there's a replay with the video automatically put in there. You'll have to do a little bit of work to get the video in there, but you can now take that, and we shouldn't get anything here right now. Let me see. Yeah, it's, oh, Donna, did that just freak you out? It freaked me out. I was like, what? How did I get Donna there? And I'm like, oh, this is the video of Donna. So the replay, we don't have anything else wrapped around the page just yet. So, okay, so let's leave this open, go over to Groove Pages.
Mike, just do a hard reload before you do that.
All right, I'm going to do a full log out. I'm going to inspect. I'm going to empty cache and hard reload the entire domain. I'm going to log in and do the same thing again. Don't worry, folks, this is nothing that you might have to do it, but you know, if you want to see the latest, greatest stuff. All right, so let's hit a refresh. All right, I now have, definitely know that we have the latest, greatest update in here in Groove Pages. So we're going to go to Groove Pages. I've got my webinars over here. We got to make this webinar talk to Groove Pages. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. I know it's not the best for you. I'll zoom it in when necessary. So David, what should I do? Create a brand new site or go into a current demo site?
No, so we already created conversion brand. So let's just add on a webinar in
Great.
there.
So if you've been with us all week, we created a website and hooked it up to a custom domain called Conversion Brands. We built a brand website. We built a blog. We're probably going to build a store to it tomorrow. And right now, we want to create our first automated webinar so that we could start automating our life and literally go on the marketer's cruise and come back and have you cloned and automated and working for yourself. All right, so I've got my brand website. Oh, no, I see it. Oh, I see it. Oh, I'm so happy. All right, so we have pages. This is our brand website. Yeah, we know that. And we showed you here that you can see your funnels, and funnels are blue. And when you drill down into your funnels, your different pages here, these should be back to pink, but they're going to be changing that. So these are the different funnels that that I have in my business, right? This is my brand website, my funnels. And now you'll notice there's something new we added here, right? This is blocks, always been there, elements, pages, funnels, pop-ups, and settings. And now we have webinars. And before we just get in there, let me just see something here. David, do you think, no, I don't know. I was just thinking, should we put domains here, like a link to edit domains? But that's under publish, so not settings. I'm just thinking, should we have something here that just says publish settings, just so people, and it'll just open this thing up, maybe? I don't know. I just think there's going to be a lot of people that think that their domain needs to be connected in settings. And so just a side note. All right, let's get back to the excitement. Oh my God, I see it. All right, here we go. Webinars. This is brand new. Now, webinars are just like funnels, but the only difference is they're there to categorize and make it easier to find your webinars because they're a specific type of marketing. Funnels, as I went over in my funnels masterclass, there are over 17 different types of funnels. All 16 can go in one category. Lead generation funnels that go to a sale, to an upsell, etc. A webinar, it's kind of like its own type of funnel because it doesn't happen in real time. It happens over time and it needs to coordinate with GrooveWebinars, and we've decided to put them over here. I'm going to click this for the very first time. It's the first time anybody's going to see this public. We're going to click it right now and see what happens. Okay, we don't have any webinars. So I'm going to click the plus button, and David, if we can have them automatically link to the webinars tab here, like this. Now, just to show you, when we click on funnels and I click on add, I also want that to land on the funnels tab also. Okay, so so that people can actually find the templates a little bit easier. So we don't have any webinars. Pages. We've configured a webinar over here, but the webinar doesn't know where the pages are and all that stuff. So we're going to do that now. Right? And so we're going to click add a webinar. I'm going to click right here, webinars. Now we're going to be having probably at least 12 different webinar templates for you in the next 30 days. I promise you that, at least 12. All right, but this is the first version right now. And we don't have right now, I wanted to say something like 6 pages in this funnel, preview, and then it'll go boop, 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 and open all 6 pages for you to preview. We don't have that yet. We will. But right now, let's just select this. And it's the only webinar that we have, so template we have. So we're going to use that. And let's let it build all of the pages. So that's the registration page, registration confirmation page is being built. The broadcast page, which I don't think we need, right, Donna? That's a mistake. That, like, he got confused, I'm thinking. Like, GrooveWebinars is going to handle the broadcast, I believe.
Well,
In the simulated chat.
are we going to give them the opportunity to brand their broadcast page? So is that where the embed for the webinar goes?
No, I think it needs to look like Webinar Jam and EverWebinar. Like it needs to be unique. Every webinar should look the same. Like it, because if there's a live, like we always wanted EverWebinar to look like Webinar Jam, so people thought they were in Webinar Jam, and they could put their logo and stuff. So let me see what.
Right.
Broadcast, let me just chime in. The broadcast was used so that we are future-proofing ourselves with GrooveStream. Whenever somebody embeds a streamed player inside, people can create their own platform in there.
Thanks, David.
So it's not only for the webinar, it's also for the stream, this template.
Okay,
Great.
so we'll probably change that to live stream. All right, and so just so that we don't confuse anybody right now, let's just do that. And I'm just going to call that live stream. All right, and we're going to be doing something even cooler than this that we're going to be talking about in the next segment. But let's wait till we get there. Let's stay focused. This is how your automated webinars and your live webinars are going to work. So notice we created a flow here of what you do in your webinar. Now for me, I'm just going to delete this right now. I'm just going to delete this page because we don't need it in an automated webinar. Okay. When it's time to talk about it, we'll talk about it. Now I'm back in my funnel pages here, and here's my registration page. I'm going to click on that. Okay. And I just want to see something here. What's the color of this? And Hosni, if you're watching, remember we were going to make webinars purple, right? And we call the funnels blue. We're going to call the webinars purple. So we want to leave pink as a designation for pages, just so that the eye knows where they are. So here's our registration page. We're going to talk about this in just a minute, how you edit it and all these boxes here. Okay. Now, after they register, they can go to a confirmation page, and we need drag handles here, Hosni, just like we're going to be doing in the funnels. I want to drag the upsell page in here just so visually I know that I'm going from a registration to an upsell to a confirmation. All right.
This is coming with the next update. So the colors will also add on more templates and things like that.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So the registration confirmation is literally what happens after you register, right? It basically say, congratulations, you've been registered. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bang. And we're going to have, we're going to talk, David, about dynamic confirmation widget, if we have that. And if not, we're going to build that into GrooveWebinars, where we will put that widget right here. And then that way people can automatically see the time. So we have a problem here right now, right, David? This is telling them when the event is going to be, and it's not dynamic. So what we're going to have to do, and we'll have this done for you by the end of the month. You're going to have to do something like schedule, check your email. What we want to do is create a little embed widget that you're going to get here in your links, and you're going to see something here that says embed this on this page, embed this on this page, embed this on this page, and you're going to embed it, and it will dynamically add the date and time that they registered for and allow them to one-click add it to their calendar. All right, so that's needed. Okay, let's look at what other pages we have here. We have order confirmation page, and this is a page that you'll use as a thank you page when people buy your product. Not always necessary, because you may be sending those people into a pre-made funnel that you already created. Like I already created the product Groove Lifetime, so I have that. So you can delete this page if you don't need it, if you're going to send people to another funnel that you already created in Groove Pages as well. The checkout page is there if you need it, right? What is the checkout page? Well, this is the page that you're going to send people to buy your product. Now, again, you can delete this. I'm going to give you an example, right? You can delete that. And guys, when you delete, let's not kick us back out to here. Let's just kick us here and refresh this. You may want to create your own order page, right? So let's see if we have let's see. I'm looking for a sales page. What are these? Tags, thank you page, landing page. Looking for like video sales letter. Let me just go to S and see what we have for sales pages. We will be doing a better job being able to find these long form sales page. Okay, there you go. So I may want to select this page, and watch this. I've just brought this into this funnel, and I deleted the one that was in the template because I might want to do better, right? So I'm going to rename this, the checkout sales page. I'm just showing you that you have options here, right? You don't have to use the templates that we gave you. And we even have other webinar registration pages that you can pop over here, and let's see if we have webinar over here, webinar virtual event. See, I've got other webinar registration pages that I might want to use, right? You don't have to use the ones that's in the theme template. Just wanted to show you that, okay? So this page, I might make the offer for them to buy on the webinar. I wanted to show you that you're not tied in to what gets imported in the template. All right, so your replay page is here. We're gonna have to get and replace our replay video that we get from Groove Webinars when we see the replay recording. And what we're going to need, David, here is we're going to need a tab that says link and embed. And then I want to be able to get the video and then just go here and replace the video, etc. See, folks, sandbox mode, we get to walk through this and realize, oh, hey, yeah, that makes logical sense. We're going to need that. Okay, so let's go to the registration page. I can just drop here and go straight to the registration page, but I'm going to do this to make it look a little bit easier. I see this is my registration page, and I want to edit the settings, and I want to give it a better URL than index YSS and everything like this. So I'm going to call this registration. Okay. Title, Groove Copy Pro. That's the name of the webinar, let's say, right? And I put everything else in. We know that. We've been here before. I save that. And now I see that this page is now called registration. And I want to rename this one here, the confirmation page, edit settings. I want to call that webinar reg confirmation. Okay. And I change that name, and now I know that that's the URL. Let's decide that we do want to use an upsell here. Okay, so I don't want to call that upsell. I'm going to rename that. I want to call that get lifetime access. And I got to give that a better URL, and I can edit the typo there over here. Like ACCESS, and we're going to make that URL lifetime access offer. Okay, and let's go over to here and click save all our work. Let's make these pages live that have published the entire website. Okay. And David, does that go into a folder, do you know, or it just goes right into the URL? So my suggestion is this, that we have an option in the settings for this funnel right here. Maybe we have a drop down here that says settings, and then we get to say, where do we want this funnel to go? I might, and settings would be cool, that I get to put these pages into a folder. Because if I'm going to be doing 37 webinars, which we will in 1 year, we're going to have things like registration dash John Benson October, registration dash John Benson April, confirmation, right? You follow what I mean? So we might want to be able to have this page now. So this is my point here. I'm going to look at this page, and I'm seeing that at conversionbrands.com, and I go to /register is what I think I just made that page. Registration. There's my registration page. Okay, but it's probably better that I name this folder like after the webinar, and it would be Groove Copy Pro April, right? /registration, or something along the lines like that, that I can put these into a folder. I'm thinking this is a must. I don't think it's wise. Let the user put it into the root folder. He'll just say, what folder? No, right off the .com. Fine. It looks better in the URL. I get it. You want that. But for better structure for our users, we want the brand website at the brand website, just like the blog goes into /blog. We want the funnel to go into /funnel name /page and /webinar name /page. Otherwise, over 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, you're going to have all these different webinar registrations, and you're going to have something funky right here. It's going to have to say register -GCP, and you're going to get lost. Like, which registration page is that? But having it in a folder named after the webinar, it's going to help us immensely. Okay, just working out through future-proofing our software here, guys, as we're doing a live demo. All right. We've got everything. I've got my registration page. my registration confirmation page, my thank you page when they buy, where they're going to buy from, my offer, and my webinar replay. All right, so let's start from the beginning. Let's go to the webinar registration. So, David, this is dummy text. I'm assuming we've got to get rid of this, correct?
So if you're creating your registration page, we do have an element inside the Elements tab that we can bring in, but at this moment, there is still being work done on it in order to activate it to be connected with GrooveWebinar. If you scroll down, you can see it. So this was just published live. I'm just talking to the devs right now, so we'll have that sorted very soon. But we added on an element which is going to be a registration element for GrooveWebinar. It's already available in Groove.
Gotcha. So you're going to click on this, and you'll just configure and choose which webinar you want to connect it to when it's an element. But let me show you a couple of ways you can get around that. Number one, I might just want to say right here, whoops, choose your date and time, right? Just bear with me, guys. I'm not good at copywriting on the fly, right? But I might, just showing you that I even got to work around right now. Now, I can go to the webinar, and I can just say, go to the registration, and I can copy this. And this needs a copy link, David, and an open in a new page link. So a copy link and an open in a new page. So I've got my copy here. These need copy and as well, copy and open a new page. But let's go back. I need to be able to register people. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to link this right to a button like this. And this says reserve your seat. I want it in all caps. Now, okay, and I'm going to link to an external URL temporarily until we have the full integration working in. And I want that to open in a new tab. And the URL is this one that I just copied right here. So I copied that, and I'm going to paste it right here, just like that. And what am I missing?
Press a left or right button
there
on your
we go.
keyboard.
There we go. I got the update button there. I just had to hit tab out of that space. And let's publish this page, just like this. All right. I actually have to open up. I opened up the website. I want to do this. I want to open up. Come on, hover. I want to open up this current page. And there we go. I've got a refresh here, and it says confirm your date and choose your date and time. Zoom in a little bit more for you, and watch what happens. Now, I'm sending them to kind of like checking out with GrooveSell, right? I've just sent it to Groove to handle all this. Well, fantastic. And remember, we told you they're going to choose their date and register, enter their name. Let's actually see what happens here. Let's see if I get that. Oh, I haven't connected my confirmation page yet, so we don't want to do that just yet. We don't want to do that just yet. I'm going to show you why in just a minute. Okay, so let me show you another way that we could do this. I'm going to go over to this page, and I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to delete this form right. Let's see. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to delete this button right here. And, okay, great. Now, I'm going to go into custom embed elements and go down to the bottom, and we're going to find the custom embed. That's right here. And I'm going to drop that right here, right above the we respect your privacy. Okay. There you go, just like that. Let's save our work. And now I'm going to go from an external linking button, like we did just before where we linked to a button, and I'm going to copy this code right here by clicking the copy box. And I'm now going to embed this code onto the website. Voila, like comme ça, just like that. And I'm going to save. And I'm going to publish. And while that's publishing, I'm going to click the preview button and just get there a little bit quicker to see. Let's see here. There we go. Here's my preview, and let's see if that embed works. It doesn't appear to be working. It's just a button right now. So Donna, tell me what you think about this. Anurup, if you're listening, this is what I would like to see. I would like to see that just this white section here is the embed, and that I can have this page look like this. That I'm actually embedding this right onto the page. Now I'm going to zoom in so that this looks a little bit easier for everybody to understand. Actually, this is what I would like to happen when you click the embed. Donna, Dave, do you think I'm missing anything, or wouldn't this just be great?
No, I agree.
Yeah, I've embedded right here, not a button, but right here, they choose. The whole widget is right there, and then the register button opens this. When they click register, it opens up a modal.
Yep.
That's how I think the embed should work.
So that is the actual register button without the countdown, without the host name. So that you can put in separately, but the element that it doesn't show up right at this moment will activate that pop-up modal and will allow users to sign up. So it's just it's not a full-on embed for the whole section. It's just the button, but it acts the same.
So I think we should do 3 choices. And right now we're doing 2. And this is what I think the choices should be. I think option number 1 should be linked to the registration. We just showed why you might want to do that, right? You might want to go the lazy route, as we did over here, and just link directly to a button that opens up in a new window. Okay, so that's linking to a button, right? That's like doing the GrooveStream checkout, right?
We use links like that all the time in support, by the way. That's one of our biggest uses for it. We use checkout links that are naked like that in our support team. When someone's specifically asking you for something, sometimes you can just send them to the page that gives them what they want without any reason to decide they don't want it. Like, don't give them the copy again. Just give them the checkout link. Just give them the registration link.
And then, David, when you see this here, this is going to help me explain. When I go into GrooveSell and I go over to the tools and I open up at my checkout forms, I get 3 different ways that I could publish this checkout, right? And by clicking here, I can see all 3 ways. The first way is to get a button, right, that I can link to my checkout like this, right? Buy now. We do that all over the place, right? Yeah. So that's option number 1, right? It's a link that would go to like a widget, and just like that, a checkout with GrooveSell is a checkout widget, right? Okay, so the second option that we do in Groove, and I'm looking for a product, okay, it's right here. The second option that we do is called embed, and that allows me to embed the entire checkout onto the page that looks like this, as we just said. I actually want to embed the information onto the page. And then the third option that we have, which is coming soon, right, is a pop-up modal. And the pop-up modal says coming soon, but what that's going to be is just a button that you could design the button, and then it opens the checkout modal in a pop-up widget. So what I would like to see is the same 3 things here. We can have a registration link, as Donna said, we could use in support, or link to a button. Then we could have embed, and then I can embed it directly onto the page just like this. Or we can have what we call pop-up modal and button, and then we have a button designer, and that will allow you to create your own text that says reserve now, and then what's going to happen is you will get a scenario that looks like this. They will click on this, and let me give you an example of what this would look like. The user would click right here, and then this would happen. A pop-up modal would show up right here and dim the back of the page.
We actually have fixed it right now. So if you want to do a hard reload and show it to the users, we would need to just do a hard reload, copy the embed code from GrooveWebinar, and then paste it again on the page. That should show it up as we have it right now. I believe we need to do a hard reload first, Mike.
Oh, gotcha.
Because there was a new fix went live.
These guys are rock stars.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you see this is why this is in sandbox mode. New ideas are popping up in our heads all the time. The more we play with it, the more ideas we have. So that's basically how we develop the software.
Let's see if it made it live by the time I got there. Well, we got the button, and the button should open up the pop-up modal there. So what we're seeing here is it didn't load the dates and times. So we're going to get this right. We're going to give you a way to design this button. So we're going to have three options, David: a link, an embed, or what we would call the pop-up modal with a button. We're going to give you the option to design this button, and then you will put what text you want in the button, what color you want the button, full size width, kind of like we do in the checkout wizard. And then when they click here, it's going to first, I believe I closed my, it's going to first show them this. So let's just go back again so that we understand. They're going to click right here, and as soon as they click there, it's going to show them this, and then they're going to click which date they want. They're going to click register now, click, and then they're going to go first name, last name, email address, yes to this stuff, and register now, and it'll work. Now, so here's the important thing that we've got to do. We've got to, now that we've built these pages and we have given them and we publish them live, they actually exist, right? We've seen that. And we know that I named this page registration, webinar registration - confirmation. And did I delete the upsell? I guess I deleted the upsell because I said I'm not going to have an upsell. Let's just call this the upsell right here. Let me just rename this the upsell, just so I can show you an example. And I need to rename the URL. Ugh, I always do that. I need to edit the settings because I want this to be webinar oh, wait a second. Yeah, no, webinar upsell offer. Now, I wouldn't call that because I don't want a user seeing in my URL that it's called an upsell. So I would probably call it something like bonus add-on, okay? But internally, it's called an upsell, right? We've got to call it an upsell. So now I'm going to save this website. I'm going to publish it just so that all of these pages are actually live, okay? And now we got to go back to Groove Webinars, okay? And we got to edit this, right? These webinars need to talk to each other. So yes, I do need to start in Groove Webinar, but then I have to go to Groove Pages and I got to build the pages and embed the stuff that they give me. And then I got to name the pages and publish them. And then when they're published, I got to come back to Groove Webinars, right? These are apps. This happens all the time, right? I'm building a page. What am I selling? I got to go to GrooveSell and create the product that I'm selling. And then GrooveSell gives me the buy links, and I got to go back to Groove Pages and add the links to my order button. All right? So let's go to pages here. And I'm going to change from the default thank you page to a Groove thank you page. Now, this doesn't work. Oh, it does. Look at this. It does work because we published a webinar. It knows. I forgot. There's now a webinar in the folder. You guys are awesome in development. This isn't hacked up stuff. I can actually see that you thought this out well from the beginning and then programmed it, because here it is. I've got a website called Conversion Brands that has one webinar that's called Webinar Funnel. But I'm going to just have a little bit of fun here, and I'm going to just change this so that I know a little bit better. What's the name of this webinar? Groove Copy Pro. All right. Let's click the Save button. That just updated the database. I'm going to go back one step over to here. I'm going to hit the refresh button so it'll refresh the database. Let's do that one more time. We're going into the pages. I want to use something out of Groove Pages. And I'm going to choose the site, Conversion Brands, select Webinar, Groove Copy Pro, select page, and this is the thank you page. So guys, we need to make this stuff say the same thing, right? If this needs to say order confirmation, not order confirmation, registration confirmation page. So that's what we call them in webinars. They're not thank you pages. We'll call them registration or just confirmation page. So let's do that. Great. We've got that. Replay page. Let's choose a Groove replay page. Okay, little user interface problem, but this needs to look like this, so we'll get that fixed, but it's Groove Copy Pro, and my replay page is my webinar replay. Okay, and now my upsell page is a Groove upsell page from Conversion Brands. Again, user interface will be fixed from Groove Copy Pro, and the name of that page was called upsell, and just like that. And I'm going to save this. Now, David, there is something. Now, why when I save that did it send me back? Right? If I click save, why is it acting like save and exit? So can we just fix that? Can we have? There's 3 different types of saves that you want. You want save and next. You want save and you want save and exit. I don't think save and exit is important when I have an exit button here. So let's make save just be save, like it is in Groove Pages. Imagine in Groove Pages if we click save and then it will save and exit. So we'll make save, save, and exit, exit. Okay. And so there's something missing here. And I can tell that by when I go to these links right here and I get a link to the registration page, guess what? It's sending me here. So there's one thing that's needed, and that would be probably a few things that are needed here, and I'm going to show you. We need to ask in pages right here, what is the registration page? And then I'm going to drop down and I'm going to choose Groove Pages registration page from Conversion Brands from Groove Copy Pro called registration page. And that way, when we are here in the links, that the registration link will actually go to the registration page. Okay, now I understand what's going on here. We have 2 different things. We have a link to the registration modal, right? What we'll call, this is the link to the registration dialog box. But in my opinion, this should be overwritten when we should have something here that says, what are we going to use? That little default dialog box or a custom Groove page. And then if I say that that is actually this page right here, this registration page, which we know is this, well, then when I go to get the links, this link should redirect to that. Or, in fact, yeah, I think it should be dynamic. I like that it's dynamic because if you change it, it'll change rather than, or it could just pull in the Groove page. It could just pull in the actual URL. Donna, what do you think is better? I think this is better because we get better analytics. So use this. Yeah. Use this. That'll give us better click analytics, right? And it'll just redirect to, instead of this, it's going to redirect to this, right? So one last thing I'm going to do, David, and we're done pretty much with this demo, is, in my opinion, when you bring in a template, there were 7 templates, right? There was broadcast room, there was blah, 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 all that stuff. If it applies to the automated webinar, there should be a connection here for every single page, in my opinion. And I'm going to throw one additional thing. I'm not sold on the idea yet, but what about a new feature like this? What if I added 4 upsells in my page, or 5 upsells, or whatever the case? Let's have another feature here with a plus button, like price points. That says plus, add new page. Oh, okay. You want to add a new page? What do you want to call it? Upsell number 2, downsell. Great. Is it a page, right? And then when you go to get your links, it gives you all the links, kind of like custom landing pages for your JVs. You get to add custom landing pages. You can have as many landing pages for this or webinar pages for this webinar here, and they're all managed here in Pages. All right. I think that makes sense. Now, folks, 50% of this demo, I understand, was me talking to the developers. This is my first walkthrough in when we think, hey, we're ready to go live, right? We've done this 7 different times, and I got to tell you, the first time that we do this, me, Donna, David, Anup, it's a very frustrating call. There's a lot of no, guys, you're not understanding. Blah, 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 and we need to be able to get the pages to talk. This process goes through from UI to talking to the developers, and we all got to get on the same page, and everybody gets on the same page. And now we're in sandbox mode. Just pushed this live today. In my opinion, this demonstration today far exceeded my expectation. Man, I am really, really pumped. I wasn't even sure how this stuff was actually going to connect. I can actually see it happening. And I don't know what today's date is, the 12th, the 13th, something along the lines like that. Let's say it is. I just don't know today's date. Let's say it's the 12th or the 13th. And I believe, knowing what we need to make the changes live here, I think that we're going to be in a very strong beta by July 31st. So we're looking about 2 weeks away because, do I make this live available and say, hey, GrooveWebinars Automated is live. We promise you July 15th. We got it this far. I really think that we're right at the very tail end. We're like, okay, we just need these final changes. Personally, I think it's going to take another 2 weeks. So I'm going to say that we're going to release this on July 31st. We promise you'd get it in July. So you'll be getting it July 31st. By August 1st, you'll be able to do automated webinars. So will we. I've been waiting to do this. And I got to tell you, we could have added, I'm not kidding you folks, an extra $15,000 a day in revenue to our company. The problem is we had to use EverWebinar. And we were not going to use EverWebinar. We're just not. We had to sacrifice so we could eat our own dog food, so to speak. So nobody wants this in GrooveMail, right? Nobody wanted these things more than us. Now that we have it, I'm so impressed with how this is. This platform blows away anything else there is in the world. But we're not done yet. Coming back after this next break. Today, since we're going long in the breaks, we're skipping commercial 2, which is about how to become an affiliate. We're just going to keep talking about why you want to upgrade to lifetime, because the price is ending after this Groove-A-Thon, going to $19.97. Today, you can pay $13.97. Save the $600. In the future, it's going to be $299 a month. We don't have the opportunity today to tell you, oh, many of these things that you just saw here are only available for paid users. And we're going to have all that information. Maybe on the Thursday recap, we'll tell you what you get. I can assure you, you're going to be able to do unlimited webinars, unlimited attendees, all those different things when you're a paid user, especially lifetime, which you can get for $13.97. Coming up right after this, our final session, the big announcement that we've been teasing since Friday of last week is GrooveStream. Webinars are dead. What does that mean? You're going to find out right after this message. You don't want to miss it. It's the most exciting thing that we're talking about on the whole Groove-A-Thon over these 2 weeks. Be back in 5 minutes. Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out GrooveFunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397. And you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much.
And we're back, everybody. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to pop in and say, how awesome is this training, right? Okay, back to MF. Whoop, whoop. Here he is.
Get out, Alice. Get out. All right. Awesome. Thanks, Michelle. I was over at the whiteboard. And I was working on, hey, is that moving? That's not sliding today. I was over at the whiteboard and I was working on the next presentation and deciding whether or not I'm going to do that on the whiteboard. And I think that I am. But first, before we do that, we're going to jump into the keynote where we said, dun, 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 webinars are dead. Insert Vincent Price voice. The webinars are dead. Michael Jackson video, yellow eyes, Thriller. You get it. All right. So what do we mean by webinars are dead? Okay. I'm going to take a poll here. And look, I have to tell you, I don't think that you guys really experience this the way that we do when we do StreamYard, because you're watching on Facebook Live and you're watching on YouTube Live and you're watching in a Facebook group. So the answer may be different than what I'm asking. But so here's what I'm going to ask. And I know there's like a 7 or 10 second delay, so I'll keep talking after I ask the question. Do me a favor. Put a yes in the chat, which means you're raising your hand. Put a yes in the chat if you've used StreamYard before. You've live streamed to a group and you have used StreamYard before. And if not StreamYard, then Restream or BeLive or Melon by Streamlabs. But let's just call it StreamYard. They're the big ones. So put I'm seeing no. Now I've actually got a chat right here that I can see as well. So let's see what folks are saying here. Omar Adams says yes. Frank Vernon says yes. No, I use Ecamm Live. Okay, very, very good. Doug says no. Yes. Carol says no, but okay. So what I really want to do, no offense, I wanted to talk to the people that use StreamYard for this question here. You see, if I ask you as an attendee, that's really not fair. Like, what do you like better, being on a GoToWebinar or being on a StreamYard live stream? But let me ask that question. So to answer this next question, put Q2 and then the answer. What do you prefer to attend? when we're showing you keynote slides, when we're showing you our face cams, when David comes on, and what is a better experience for you as an attendee? Q2 before your answer. So type Q2. Do you prefer when we use StreamYard and we stream? So you'll just say Q2 streaming, or Q2, you prefer that GoToWebinar when you're an attendee on GoToWebinar. So let's see. That's question number 2. And I'm going to ask it one more time. For us in the company, when we deliver content to you, the engagement that you get when you see David and Donna popping in and our screens doing this, and then we go to solo and just Donna, and then our slides, and then you see me looking at the slides, and that is when we're streaming. And I understand you're watching that on YouTube Live or inside of the Facebook group. Do you like that better? Q2 streaming. If you prefer when we get on GoToWebinar, and I'm saying type 1 in the chat, type 1 in the chat, type 1 in the chat, and the streaming cameras don't look good, and it's really PowerPoint driven, and the audio tends to sound a little bit more like this. All right. Oh my goodness. Boy, oh boy, am I lucky. Because if you guys were telling me that you like to GoToWebinar better, I was going to say, well, folks, we're having technical difficulties. The day is over. What about webinars are dead? Did I say that? I never said that. What are you talking about? All right, having a little bit of fun. What I wanted to let you guys know is, David, did anybody put GoToWebinar? Did anybody?
There were 2. One was it depends on the content from Carol, and there was one from Freddie Z Place.
Exactly. Mike, can you make this a little bit louder for me? Okay, thanks. I had lowered it before. All right, that is exactly what we're announcing today, is that the first question I asked you is, have you used StreamYard? So, okay, now Q3, only for the people that do webinars. Only for those of you that do live streaming and webinars. What is a better experience for you? So you're going to type Q3, and you're going to answer GoToWebinar or Webinar Jam, which is a webinar software, but don't answer yet. If you do webinars and you've used StreamYard and GoToWebinar or Webinar Jam, type in your preferred platform as in terms of use, that you like sharing screen and having guests on. So Q3, answer GoToWebinar or Q3 Webinar Jam or Q3 StreamYard or Q3 Zoom. What is your preferred platform, your go-to platform if you're gonna go in front of an audience? And I'm talking about the user interface, how you actually enjoy the user interface. I understand that streaming comes with some issues. You can't get people to register and you have to just go live, but I'm talking strictly the user interface. What is the most pleasurable time when you get on the camera? Webinar Jam, GoToWebinar, StreamYard, or Zoom? Q3 and dash and give me the answer here. And then I'm going to go to the whiteboard and I'm going to tell you what we're doing. And I'm really, really, really excited about this. So David, what were the people putting there for Q3? Now, there's not going to be as many answers because we only about 10% of the users in the room actually even do webinars and streaming and stuff like that. Did we get any answers at all?
Yes. So yeah, they are still coming in, but StreamYard.
Okay, I see.
Zoom, StreamYard, GoToWebinar, Zoom. There is a answer.
All right, I'll read. I'm going to read them all really, really fast. So my first Q3 starts here with David Lemon. David Lemon. David, there's somebody with your name in the stream here. David Lemon says StreamYard. StreamYard, prefers Zoom, StreamYard, GoToWebinar, also Zoom, Open Broadcast, OBS. And if you're using OBS, you really got to look at Melon. OBS is owned by Streamlabs. Streamlabs just came out with something called Melon. It's a competitor to StreamYard. It's really cool. Q3, Zoom, GoToWebinar, Zoom. I like StreamYard, Webinar Jam with Control Room. And folks, why you keep seeing me pause is because every time there's a new chat, it like jumps 10 blocks and I got to go back and find that. Okay. Zoom, StreamYard, StreamYard, Zoom, at the moment as we're using the most, laugh out loud, Interactive, Zoom, StreamYard, I don't stream, AirMeet, StreamYard, no streaming is properly accessible, Learning, Open Broadcast, OBS, get away from OBS, then Ecamm. They're using too many resources on your computer. We're going to talk about why the streaming softwares actually do all the processing of your camera live on the server, not even in your browser, and it's the future. And that's why OBS has now created Melon, because they're realizing that the browser-based versions are the future. StreamYard is great because it's easy to do custom titles. Zoom, and stream, and I want to learn all in one platform called Groove. All right, folks, little nose is leaking here. I'm going to put on my portable microphone, and I'm going to head on over. Let's see if you can even see it here. Is it in the background there? I'm going to head over to there, and there's a whiteboard hanging against that wall that's preset, and we're going to click on the whiteboard now and watch me walk in just a second. Mike, I need to turn the button on this thing, right? Turn it active. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I forgot my magic marker. All right, and David, I can see you. You're like this big over here. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? All right, you guys can hear me. I'm on my mark here, and this is what I want to talk about. The difference between why we stream, and everybody likes the user interface of StreamYard overwhelmingly, but there's reasons why a couple of you said go to Webinar and Webinar Jam, etc. So let's draw a line down the middle here. So over here, I'm going to write Webinar. All right? And over here, I'm going to write Stream. Okay. There are different platforms for, and it looks like that's about as far as I can go right there. There are different platforms for webinars and different platforms for streams. Some do some things better than others, and some have advantages over others. Why do we do webinars? Well, we do webinars because we can pre-register people. With streaming, you can't. Okay, guys, I feel can't pre-register, right? I feel so excited right now. I kind of feel like Steve Jobs when he was saying it's a mobile device or an internet communicator, he called it. It's an iPod. It's, what was the third? It's a telephone. He actually said it's a phone. It's an internet communicator. It's an iPod. It's a phone. It's an internet. Are you starting to get it? Are you starting to get it? That's my little clue to you about what's coming. If you remember that presentation in 2007 from Steve Jobs. So, but I'm teasing you here. So webinars, you can pre-register. Streaming, you can't. With streaming, my ear pods just completely died out. You guys don't need to hear me. Did we kill the stream? We're still good? Okay. You guys can still hear me, so it's good. All right. So with a stream, you go to YouTube Live, and you go to Facebook. Is that good? In some cases, I think that's pretty cool. You get to go to social platforms where it can be shared, and you get additional people. There's a place for that. With a webinar, there's no viral social growth. And it's good to have choices. It'd be good to maybe say, hey, I want to do one of these things or the other. With the webinars, certainly with Webinar Jam, you can put buy buttons. And with StreamYard, you can't. You can't put a buy button. And with GoToWebinar, you can't. So you have to say, go here to buy. With StreamYard, let's face it, it makes bringing in people better, right? That view of having two people, the camera solutions are just a little bit better. That whole interface where you can bring in backgrounds, it's cutting edge. You can do lower thirds, all on the fly. It's just really a really cool interface. And now here's a very interesting thing. With webinars, you get to not have chat, or if you do have chat, it's all contained within the app. And if you do a stream, you have to aggregate the chat, right? The chat comes from YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, LinkedIn, depends, like wherever you're, I'm abbreviating really fast here so we can keep it moving. But all of the chat is coming in. Here's another thing. With a webinar, you can say yes or no, users can see chat. On a stream, users don't see the chat. Don't see chat. Now, why is that? Because you're multi-streaming. With StreamYard, you're saying, I want this to go to YouTube, I want this to go to Facebook, I want it to go to Twitch, I want it to go to LinkedIn, Periscope, which is going away anyway. And the problem is, what you're seeing is an aggregation of all of the chat, but your users don't see that. Sometimes we're saying, hey, somebody just said this, but they wrote that on YouTube, and the people in Facebook see it, and vice versa, they don't. And so another thing that's good about the webinar is it's inside of a browser that the user can see the video. They see you on video with the person that you're interviewing, but they also see the chat right here. But you could also push surveys, polls, offers, all these different types of things, and you can redirect the page. When it's over, you have more control. With here, the users, they don't get a browser. Now, you saw that we just created something called a live streaming room where you can embed your YouTube live. Okay, great. But there's still no chat. There's still no way for the users, if you embed that, to see the chat. So you really have to decide, when do I use a webinar? Well, I'm going to put a little box right here with a dollar sign like that. Generally, you do a webinar when you're selling people. Why? Because you have an affiliate, and you're mailing to a registration page, right? You're mailing people so that they could get, if I have room here, I'm just going to see if you can see right here. You can, not when I'm standing in front of it. They get an email reminder. So wouldn't it be great to be able to do an event, it's called a webinar, and email people, you and the JV partner and everybody, and tell them that there's going to be an event? But the only way to do that is with GoToWebinar and Webinar Jam and the others, because that's the only way to get people reminded. Now, there's antiquated ways, and nobody's doing it, because a stream, you just go live. You just go live, and you show up in a Facebook group. So people, oh, you showed up in my Facebook group. Now, you can pre-schedule it, and they can see in the Facebook group that this is going live in a few hours, and maybe get a notification from Facebook. But this is more interactive. When do we do the stream? The Groove-A-Thon and the Groove-A-Thon. And when we fulfilled a product like the Fast Start Marketing Lab, which was sold on GoToWebinar because we needed for you to collect money, so we needed you to register because it was important, and then we needed to know who registered so that we could build a list, and we could send you the replay, and the replay is expiring, but we fulfilled it into a private Facebook group with StreamYard. It's a mobile internet communicator. It's an iPod. It's a phone. You're starting to see the picture. That's what Steve Jobs said when he said, folks, are you getting it? He said, it's not 3 new products that we're coming out with. It's one. And today, I want to talk to you about the iPhone. Woo, everybody went crazy. So we're not building a live webinar platform called GrooveWebinars Live. And we're not going to also create a product called GrooveWebinar Streaming to compete with StreamYard. And for those of you that love Zoom, I know why you like it. It's interactive, and you like to have so many people onto a webinar. So we're not creating Groove Conference. I apologize. It's no longer coming. And we're not creating Groove Webinars Live. It's no longer coming. All you're getting now is GrooveWebinars Automated, which you saw today, and introducing Groove Streaming. GrooveStream, or GrooveStream, it's going to be called. And so why are webinars dead? Let's face it. Influencers today are exploding. The growth of StreamYard is exploding. Everybody in the world understands streaming. They all get it. And the word stream is cooler than webinar. Webinar became so passé that we decided to change the name years ago to web class. And I started using, we're doing a web class. But webinar today sounds as old as a teleseminar. And a good software company is going to be better off named GrooveStream over GrooveWebinar. So what is GrooveStream? Well, let me get the eraser over here. I'm going to erase all of this. I'm going to tell you what GrooveStream is. You're going to absolutely love this. So before you get upset and say, wait a second, you promised me live webinars and you promised me Groove Conference. Well, it's all in one. So you're going to have, and I'm not going to write it down because we get it. GrooveWebinar is the automated platform. That's it. So when you hear GrooveWebinar in the future, that is for the automated platform. We're going to have one more product, and that product is going to be called GrooveStream. Oh my God. What a great name. Now, I think somebody owned it. I think we're GrooveStream.io or GrooveStream.net or whatever the case is. And I've already spoken to the partners about this. Our commitment is this. Not only am I going to leave the designer or the developer on GrooveWebinars Automated to continue to work on that, we're going to be talking to, we're going to be growing our development team. I'm going to be adding 5 new people because I don't want to say, okay, he finished GrooveWebinars Automated. Now go, one guy, go work on GrooveStream. We're going to add a team of 5 people. We're almost going to look at GrooveStream like it's actually going to be its own website that's just going to grow like crazy and compete with StreamYard, Restream, Melon, all of these. And we are going to absolutely destroy the market. Now, let me tell you something. This is 100% fact. You know, Deb Cole is like a leader in social media. So far ahead of everybody that she actually coined the term new media ahead of social media, but social media won. She was there telling me about, she was trying to describe social media and what it was going to be. She said, it's going to be called new media. And I was like, I don't get it. And she's like, well, what is the media you know today? I said, radio, newspapers, magazines, and television. She's like, there's going to be a new media coming out, and it's going to be the internet. I'm like, yeah, but we already have that. And I didn't get what she was saying, and it became social media. We're advertising on networks. And so she's cutting edge. She knows about Clubhouse. She introduced it to our company. Deb Cole also knows, hopefully you're listening, Deb, she was the one that told us about StreamYard. I had never heard of it. You know what Deb says? Like, she says everything. I know the owners of Clubhouse. Do you want to meet them? I know the owner of StreamYard. Would you like to meet him? Yeah, sure, great. I got on the phone, spoke to the owner of StreamYard. What an awesome, awesome dude. By the way, no direct response marketing knowledge at all. Didn't even know this world existed until Frank Kern started using his platform and Deb Cole, and then realized, oh, marketers are using this. But guess what? Mike Filsaime calls him, and I'm talking, and I said, hey, and I didn't realize how big he was. When he told me the numbers, what they were doing, I was quite impressed. I was really blown away. And I said, hey, can I give you an advice? Can I give you a couple of things that could really make this thing explode? And he said, what? I said, number one, can you make it so that somebody could register for the event? And he goes, his brain looked like he couldn't understand what I was saying. He's like, but how? And I said, well, with webinars, we get them to register for the event. And he says, yeah, we can't do that. And I said, why? And he said, because you're streaming to Twitch and to Facebook, and we don't know where the page is. And I said, oh, good point. Yeah. All right, I guess that's out of the question. Oh, wait a second. I tell you what. Facebook doesn't let you embed the stream, but YouTube Live does. Maybe you could let the user automatically set it to unlisted so people can't find it on YouTube. And then what your software will do is create the room and then embed the YouTube Live, and then the user will watch it in a browser that's StreamYard.com. So they don't watch it in Facebook, they watch it at StreamYard.com, and then you can put like a chat. No, Mike, I know where you're going. I know where you're going. No, we're not going to do that. Oh, that'd be really cool. That'd be really cool if people could pre-register, watch it inside the browser, and then have chat, and then you could consolidate all. Yeah, no, yeah, we're not going to do that. All right, shame. One more question for you. You know, it'd be really cool if you'd be able to push an add to cart button when you want to do an offer. How can we do that? I said, oh, right, you can't, because you're streaming to Facebook and to YouTube Live, and you don't have a browser. Yeah, so, yeah, sorry. Oh, hey, nice meeting you. Wish you the best of luck with this, et cetera, et cetera. And I've been thinking about this ever since I had the conversation with him. Thus, GrooveStream. But here is where you're going to finally get to understand what we're doing. So, we're going to take everything that you know from GrooveStream. If you've used it, you understand how easy the power is. You see everybody who's in the lobby. Anybody can share their screen. You can invite anybody to the stream. There's little tiles that say, I want 2 people. I want 2 people with their faces like this or like this. I want the screen over here where the person's face is like this and they're looking at the screen. Share the screen. You name it. You get to see the chat. You could add banners. You could add backgrounds. If you know StreamYard, you know it. You're already seeing all the competition that's added with Restream.io and Melon and BeLive. And the 4 of them are pushing themselves to the market in this direction, and then enter GrooveStream. We're doing something different that none of them are doing. And this is what we're going to do. Number 1, we will have a streaming platform, and I'm just going to do this right here. So you don't have to ask in the box, will you be able to do this if it's done in StreamYard? And if it's done better in Restream, we're going to look at all 4, and we're going to create a conglomerate of these 4, an amalgamation. We're going to merge them all together and find out the best, and we're going to create it. I think you have the faith in us to do that, right? That's what we're going to have. So that is GrooveStream, and it's coming. But we're going to ask you something else. When you get started, when you're creating a webinar and you're going through the wizard like we did to do a stream, are you going to do go live? That's this option right here. Or do you want to choose this option and pre-register? All right, hold on a second, Mike. You just told me that it's impossible to pre-register people for a stream. So how is that possible? Okay, well, you got to remember that there's one company of all the streamers that anybody can get an account. It's really easy, and that's called YouTube. And I'm pleased to announce that in the past, you used to have 500 or 250 subscribers to your YouTube channel in order to stream to your YouTube channel. No longer. All you need to do is go in to the live streaming part of YouTube, click apply, and within 24 hours, they approve you. So now, this is important. Anybody can stream live to YouTube. Okay, Mike, what is so important about that? Well, let me start with what is important about that by talking about Facebook. As you know, with Facebook, you can create a group and stream live to Facebook, but with Facebook, oops, you cannot embed. They can only watch it on Facebook. Now, with YouTube, you can embed. You can embed right on YouTube. Now, that means that you can take, just like you're seeing the stream, anybody that's watching right now on YouTube, if we can embed, there's something we can do. So number 1, we can pre-register people. That's key. Number 2, like Webinar Jam and like GrooveWebinars Automated, we can send people to a browser-based room. 3 dots here, that's your browser. And we can take this YouTube video. Yes, YouTube allows you to embed. So we're going to take that and we're going to put that right here. Okay, when setting up, we're going to allow you in your setup to say, who do you want to also multicast stream to if you like? Well, YouTube, yes, also Facebook, also Twitch, also LinkedIn, if you want. And that's your choice. You may say, no, 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 this is information that I want people only to be able to watch here. Okay, great, then you don't connect to here. But also, I don't want this to show up at YouTube. I want them to show up here. Okay, great. So when you're setting up YouTube, if you can see over here, I'm not sure if you can, so I'm going to put it right here with YouTube. You can also, in our settings in the app, we're going to say, make it unlisted. So it's not on YouTube. Somebody could get the URL and share it with a friend, but do you really care? You really care if somebody shares a message when you're trying to make money? They'll go to YouTube and they'll watch it there, and they'll hear your URL what you can buy. Or you may say, yeah, but Mike, I may want to do a private class that link is impossible to be shared. Then you do what we did. You stream it only to a Facebook group and you fulfill it to your Facebook group. So you still have with Facebook the ability to say, no, you have to join my Facebook group and I have to check to see if you're allowed before I accept you in that group. And that's what we did with the Fast Start Marketing Lab. We fulfilled it in a Facebook group. So what we're trying to do is make it easy for you to stream with all the benefits of StreamYard, but still do your webinars. Now, one more thing that we're going to do, like we did when we developed Webinar Jam in the past before I sold it, is we're going to add a new feature, and that is like Webinar Jam. We're going to allow your users to chat right here with an internal chat. StreamYard does not have chat. You have to comment on Facebook or YouTube, and then only the owner of the StreamYard account sees the chat. Users don't see it unless we highlight it and put it on the screen. So now you'll have an option. Allow users to see chat? Great. Now users see all the chat from all the other users that they're typing right here and hitting send, and that adds it to the chat. So now me and all of my hosts and presenters and moderators can see the chat, and you can also see the chat in real time. But we will also take the chat that people are leaving on YouTube and leaving on Facebook, and we're going to add it that it was a GrooveStream chat or a Facebook chat or a YouTube chat. Now, the folks that are watching over here, they don't get the proper experience, and so we could even have a website where we could say, hey, folks, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Facebook Live, if you want to get a better interaction, because we're giving out free bonus downloads and we're doing polls and surveys, you can go to conversionbrands.com/stream. We actually have, and then that will allow people to quote, they'll go to conversionbrands.com or yoursite.com/stream. They're going to get to the page and they're not going to see the stream. They're going to see a registration. And now you can build your list. You can't do that with StreamYard. They'll enter their name and email address and boom, they get punched right into the room where they see the webinar embed from YouTube, which you can now get very easily. And they can chat and see the chat and also see the chat that's coming in from YouTube as we continue to invite those people into here. So we're building our list. Okay. So with this model, we can stream to unlimited people, millions of people, or wherever the case is. It's fantastic. Now, some of you are going to say, but wait a second. There is a delay with the streaming. Yes, it all has to encode all this stuff and push it out to YouTube, and that does take about 7 seconds. And that's why when you see me say, let me know, what do you think about this? I continue talking, and then I go back. I don't sit there going, there's a delay. In just a second, I just got to wait for you guys to get the delay. That's boring. So I just wait, I continue talking, then when I see it, I comment on it. Now, some of you, there's 2 more things I want to let you know. I'll stand over here so you can see this. Number 1, some of you are saying, I get all this social media stuff, but I still want to have the ability to do everything you said, but not have it stream. Okay, there will be an option that will come out. I'm not sure if it's going to come out when we're live, and you're going to have the option to do this, 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 or this, and there'll be a final option that you're going to say GrooveStream. And what that means is you're going to use our streaming server, and you're going to lock it out, and you're not going to multicast or stream anywhere else. The GrooveStream video will go here, and the video is completely protected. Now, there will be a cost to that. And we will say, okay, if you want to do that option, it's going to cost you just for this webinar. And we don't know if that's going to be $50 or $100. And you might only need that once or twice a year. You might say, hey, I really love all this stuff, but for this particular stream, I want to lock it up. I don't want any links anywhere on social media. I don't want to stream to a private Facebook group. I want it to be just in GrooveStream and GrooveStream to record it for me. Great. There'll be a charge on one-off webinars. But trust me when I tell you, 99% of the times, the reason why you're using a webinar solution instead of a streaming solution is because you want to be able to pre-register people and manage the chat and push buttons. And you'll be able to do that. And now you can do that, still hide it off of social media by only going to YouTube and making it unlisted. And if you want that extreme, I don't even want somebody sharing the URL, great, then you'll use GrooveStream. Okay, one more thing that I want to go over. Really, really important. And I might have to erase all of this over here. So let me just get my trusty eraser, because you kind of get that, right? I needed this to support this. So now, what do you want to do? I want to pre-register for a webinar, or I want to go live, and we're going to do one more thing for you. And let's see, you really don't get to see too much over here. It looks like the camera moved, and we have all of this room over here. So I'm going to use this room over here. And then I'm going to step over here as I talk about it. Okay. All right. So this is so exciting. I'm so excited about this. So here's what you're going to do. When you are in, this is what the users see. This is what you see. You're going to see just like StreamYard has, okay? You're going to see your chat here just like this, okay? You're going to have your video. If you've been in StreamYard, you know what I'm talking about. This is what's happening live. This is what's known as the program feed. It's the actual what everybody is seeing. And then you know that users don't see. I see Donna with her curly hair over here, right? I see David Lemon, and he looks kind of like a lemon. So we'll put that there. I see David Lemon. I see Mike, right? With my big eyebrows like that. And then I see my screen, which is something that I can share. And I see Joe Jablonski in here. And I see somebody else popping in like DeBarshi did yesterday. And this is what users see. This is the control center that you get to see when you're running your own webinar, right? And you get to see, let's add this person to the stream, right? And when you add the person to the stream, you get it. You get the option of seeing two people here like this, 1 and 2. Or sometimes we do what's called the split screen. And you see the full person here and the full person here, but it just crops just to their face, right? Or you get to see this, their full browser, that's this, and their picture right here, like this. This is stuff that you can't do in GoToWebinar and Webinar Jam, and this is what makes the StreamYard platform so powerful that people love. Also, you see little things like over here, like copy this link and invite somebody to the stream. So at any time, you can invite somebody to the stream. Okay, great. So where am I going with all of this? Well, I'm going to put a little dot right here. And you know, when you click the dot to say, what do you want to see right here? I want to go to this mode or this mode, and it's your shelf mode. Well, welcome to the final part of this presentation. And that is when you set up your webinar, we're going to have another box that is going to be the one-to-many model, or do you want to do conference? It's still the same setup. Do you want to do one-to-many or conference? One-to-many means that you only have, when I say one, that's you and Donna and David Lemon and me and Joe Jablonski. It's the 5 of us as one company, one set of moderators, broadcasting whose picture we want to show at any time to many. There's 1,000 people here or 100 people here or whatever, and only these people's faces show here. But when I was setting up my webinar, I said, no, I want to also have a conference model. Okay, we're going to set that as to how many people, depending on your plan in Groove, can join your conference, up to 100, 500, 1,000. And this is where we have the Zoom model right in the mix of everything here. So if you want to know if I'm saying what I'm saying, yes. What I'm saying is in the same stream, we are creating GrooveStream to be like StreamYard, where you can pre-register people and they get reminders, emails, automation, replays, everything in the browser and chat, and they get a better experience. Check. You gotta have it in your own server. Great. You can pay extra for this one webinar and use GrooveStream because there's a lot of cost to the stream, right? And if you click here, right here, and you move the mode to over here, we're going to put one to many, right? We have many names for that. We could call that interview mode or podcast mode or lesson mode. And no. I want to hit that button. I'm going to go to conference mode. You could toggle back and forth. We've got all the Groovesters. We could have shown their faces if this software existed. All right, so what we would do here, now, some of you are saying, well, you could do some of this with Zoom. I could do Zoom, and they register people for me. And they also allow me to share my screen, and they also allow me to broadcast to Facebook. Yeah, but they don't allow you to do all of this stuff. Go from conference mode to one-to-many. With Zoom, you always have everybody's face showing and all that different type of stuff. So now we're going to give you the choice. You could do the lesson mode or go to the conference mode. So I need to redraw this so that this doesn't go away. So once I do this, this interface is going to change to this. And we've already developed this technology in our brand called FitClass. So now you have all of the chat still here. You're checking all the boxes of GrooveStream. The users get to see all of this different type of stuff, but I just switched from one-to-many mode to conference mode, and now all of a sudden, Mike, Donna, David, Joe J, and he can shut his camera off if he wants. And I forget who that was. That's Debarshi, right? And now, not supposed to do this. Mike says it ruins the autofocus. Now, I'm going to take the time to do this so I can really get the point across. 4, 5 by 5. Just like Zoom, 25 people in a room at a time. Not in a room at a time. On screen at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I went a little bit big here. Okay? So now I switch from stream mode, moderator mode, lesson mode, whatever, webinar mode, and I want to go into conference mode. I'm doing an MLM, or I'm having a coaching program with my students. At one point, I want to, let me get rid of the noise, if you understand what I mean. I want to just go back. I just want to focus on me, Donna, David Lemon, and Joe Jablonski right now. So we could call that studio mode, whatever we want to call it. But then I want to go back to conference mode and it's going to pull in users that are now watching in real-time conference, no delay. And we're still streaming this to all of these users that are watching in the browser and watching on Facebook, et cetera, et cetera. These users that are in stream mode, this will refresh and they're watching real time. And we will allow up to, like Zoom, up to 100 people, 250 people, and then all the other overflow watches it where their pictures don't show here. Sorry, that part of the room is full, just like Zoom. You only get a certain amount of people. Now, I'm just going to put one last little thing over here. Just do this. Just like in Zoom, okay, I have a pagination button to go back and forth. So it'll tell me that in the conference, there are 80 people. So, hey, let's see who else is in the conference. I see Diane and Jim and Tim. Tim, great to see you, always here. Dax, you're always here. Great to see you. Joanne Newby, Angie Norris, great to see you. The moderators are all going to stay here. And we're going to load another 20 people into the room. And more people and more people. And the users, you as an attendee watching over here, can paginate, and it'll bring up other people that are in the room that chose to leave their webcam on, and you'll have the features of mute all and or not mute all and everything. So that's a lot to kind of understand. So what are we going to call this product? This product is just going to be called GrooveStream. Because here's why. If we call it GrooveWebinar, everybody's going to compare us to GoToWebinar and Webinar Jam, and I got to tell you, webinars are dead. Nobody needs another webinar platform. They just don't. And nobody needs another streaming platform. They just don't. And nobody needs another platform to replace Zoom, called Zoom Conference, called Groove Conference. Nobody needs it. They don't. I'm being honest. Nobody's begging us for when our live streaming is coming out and all that. You're using StreamYard. Why people are going to love us and why we're going to just destroy the competition is because you're finally going to be able to do a stream and pre-register people and build your list. So GrooveStream is an advanced streaming platform that models all of the things that you love about a webinar. We could have called it GrooveWebinars Streaming, but we've decided to just call it GrooveStream. We think it's a better name. We think that is what the world wants today, is they want to stream. And you're just a regular person out in the world. I don't need all this list building stuff, and I don't want to connect it to a page and a registration and upsells, and I don't sell anything. I'm doing a podcast. I just want to stream. Well, then you just go live, and that's StreamYard. But if you want to run that stream like a webinar, well, we're going to give you all of the webinar features: pushing buttons, live chat, adding to your list, automation, reminders, sales, replay pages, and everything. And you want to do a conference, well, you can just go live in conference mode. And do you want to stream it? No. Well, great, then everybody will be in conference mode. We're combining the three in one. And we're calling that GrooveStream. So that wraps up everything that I have to say about this. I think I covered everything. I'm going to head back over to the main studio, take a sip, and then we're going to look at the Q&A, and I'm hoping I did a good job getting out of your way here. I'm hoping I did a good job explaining all of this about today. We went over GrooveWebinars Automated. We understand what that is, and we also understand the need to be live, and we're seeing how streaming just works great, but gosh, I wish I could use it to register people for a webinar. You're not going to need to decide if you're doing a webinar or a stream anymore. You're going to use GrooveStream and decide, are you doing a one-to-many, a conference, maybe a mixture of both? Do you want it to stream or not? You're going to sell, or you're just going to go live? It's up to you. You can do it all now with GrooveStream. I'll meet you over there. I think I'm back. Mike, where are those that you put the new headphones over there for me? These are the new ones? Didn't kill the stream. We're lucky. Usually pauses the stream. All right. Phew. Shoe and sneaker. Shoe. Sneaker. Woo. All right. Oh, I got to tell you, 7 days, nonstop, 6 to 8 hours a day. I keep my energy up for you Groovesters like you wouldn't believe. And I'm kind of like Chevy Chase falling asleep in the station wagon in the movie Vacation on the way home. I put all of my energy into these streams. And I've got about 5 or 10 minutes left before I just physically crash. But David, let's get you into the stream. here. I want to see if I can hear you because I just got new headphones.
Hey, Mike.
I can hear you. How are you?
Thank
David?
you. This is absolutely amazing. I'm so looking forward to this one. People just saw one little part of what we already created with Groove automated webinars, and they saw the scheduling and the time zones and the countdown timers and the files and basically everything. But imagine having a stream, guys, and pushing out an offer on the stream. People can click and buy on the stream live. You can see their faces while they're purchasing. You can put up a poll and see them actually clicking on the poll, and based on the poll, automate different responses and sending email through Groove Mail based on the poll response. It's just amazing. Like, if you are really saying, but Zoom can do that, no, they cannot. Try to push an offer, try to put a countdown timer, try to do a progress bar, try to put a poll or a survey with Zoom. No, no.
Try to create a great marketing page with an upsell with Zoom. No, they register at Zoom pages. Hey, they do their thing well. They're $1 billion company. They're serving the enterprise world. The people that are doing meeting. It's an advanced meeting software that can also do webinars. But folks, we've never let you down. Just 2 years ago, we said we wanted to create Groove pages. We never said anything else, and then we said we could do more. And we've delivered on everything that we promised to you. In 2 years, we built a mobile app. Kartra doesn't even have one. The automated webinar platform, you've finally seen it. It's real. Groove Mail, you saw it Friday. Groove Sell, Groove Affiliate, a marketplace, Groove Pay, Groove Sell Plus, where we'll do the processing for you. Groove Cart, oh my goodness. We got an e-commerce platform that competes with Shopify, and it's real and it works. And we do funnels. We do webinars. When I go to that whiteboard and I tell you that that's coming, you don't doubt it. You shouldn't doubt it. We've delivered on everything we've promised, and we're passionate about this. Boy, oh boy, are we passionate. So David, I'm just curious. I didn't see the chat over there. I had no monitor, no nothing, just a bunch of bright lights in my face over there. First off, I'm going to ask you, it's kind of like a concept that you got to get people to understand. Like we said, Steve Jobs went out, and back then there was an iPod, and there was mobile internet communicators, and there was a phone. The App Store didn't even exist, and then he did a presentation to explain that, hey, we can put all this in one. So I did that all off the fly. I never did that presentation before. I kind of had to figure out, how am I going to explain this and why we're going with just GrooveStream. First question I have for you. Did I explain that pretty clear? Did it make sense?
It was absolutely on point. Like, I believe you managed to, Mike showed me this presentation very, very briefly, but what I saw today got me like, whoa, this is much better than what I seen previously. It went in depth and it explained everything. And it is very, very important for people to understand that it's not only one platform, it's multiple platforms built into one. But not only that, it's the sales and the digital marketing aspect of it that nobody does, and nobody even wants to do that because they don't understand it. We do, and that's why you're here. That's why you will be able to succeed with Groove. So it's absolutely great.
Thanks. Before we get to the reactions that the users said, I've got one more thing that I forgot to tell everybody that you're getting with GrooveStream. With GrooveStream, you're going to be able to, so now you understand what we said about automated webinars, right? Well, with GrooveStream, you're going to be able to take a recording and pre-record your stream and then stream it. Now you say, wait a second, you could do that in the webinar. Yeah, but that's a webinar, and you could register people, and you could do that with the automated webinar. What I'm saying here is, when you live stream an interview and you're going this is actually what users see. 3, 2, 1. Are we live? We're live? Oh, we're live? Okay. Hi, everybody. We're live, and I'm here with David Lemon. And David, are you there? You're on mute. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Let's start that over. Right? It's a live stream. You've seen that happen before. And then you say, hold on a second. David, I'm having a problem hearing you. Yeah, I'm having an internet problem. All that nonsense that happens live. Well, what if you and David went into GrooveStream before you hit stream and had access to everything in the user interface, and pre-recorded your interview. And it's just you and David. And you go, David, let's just start the recording right now in 3, 2, 1. Hey, everybody, my name is Mike Filsaime, and today I'm here with David Lemon. And David Lemon, I believe, lives in Croatia. Is that a thumbs up, David? Is that Croatia? I got a thumbs up there, right? And David is going to talk to us about his entrepreneurial journey today. I'm so glad to be here with David. And let's bring David on. And there's no audience. It's kind of like Joe Rogan's podcast, right? He does it recorded, and then he puts it out there. So imagine being able to use GrooveStream and record it, and then when you're done, you say, schedule to go live Tuesday at 2 p.m. And then I send an email to my list, and I say, hey, everybody, this week's guest is David Lemon. He's going to be talking about the entrepreneur's journey. In this interview, we're going to discuss this, and I already know everything, so I can write a better email. And then I'm out on the marketer's cruise. I just set sail on the cruise, or I'm on a flight, and automatically GrooveStream will go live, and it'll be like, okay, David, we're live. And everybody's watching a pre-recorded video that's streaming live, coming with GrooveStream. And that is something I wish I would have gotten in the can over there on the whiteboard, but that is everything. So now, David, the last question I have is, what was the reactions in the comments there?
If you want, I can just put up on the screen. So wow, boom, mind blowing, blowing my mind. Groove team is brilliant, effing dope. Do the money dance.
Effing starts to stand for friggin', I think.
There was a couple of people that were debating the name. They were saying Streaminar, but I don't really. He says, yeah, a group.
I get it. Yeah, but I just
why make it longer? Stream, the shorter the better, no?
Yeah, but here's why. Because GrooveStream is going to allow us, and I see the point. I see what you're saying, because it's a blend. But GrooveStream is going to allow us to go into. Here's what I'm picturing: a video review of these people that do. Hey, today, welcome to my channel, and I show you how you can be a better YouTuber. Today, we're facing off StreamYard and BeLive. And they do these videos. There's so many of these people out there talking about Ecamm versus OBS and all that stuff. Here's what I want that person to do. Welcome to my channel today, where I teach you how to be a better YouTuber. And today, there's a new contender on the block. They're called StreamYard. Now, not StreamYard, they're called GrooveStream. And it competes with StreamYard and Melon and BeLive and Restream.io. So now, here's what I got to tell you. They just came out and they're in beta. And does it have all of the features that StreamYard has? No, not yet. But I know the people that are developing this, because they've created a platform, and you can count your money that give them about 6 months. They'll have everything that you're getting in the other platforms. But here is the difference between GrooveStream and all of the other players that just might be the deal breaker for everyone else. You see, with StreamYard, you can just go live, but you can't register people. And it'd be great if you have any type of influence to be able to post on Facebook, and you could also build a list and blah, 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 blah. And if you're selling anything, you can push add to cart buttons. And the other thing is you're in control of the chat, and they put it into a browser, all that different type of stuff. So if we compete as a webinar platform, like I said, the world's not looking for another webinar platform. They're always going to say, oh, does it have this? Does it have this? But if we go after the streaming market, which is 1,000 times bigger than the webinar market, we're going to go into the streaming market and have something that none of the other streaming platforms have, like controlling your own chat, adding a conference feature, being able to push add to cart button surveys, polls, and the most important thing of all, register people so you can build a list and have a replay automation and everything built into our platform. So that's why I think GrooveStream allows us to say, GrooveStream, is that like StreamYard? Yes, but better. If we say it's GrooveWebinar, is that like Webinar Jam? Yeah, but different. Right? We don't want to be yeah, but different. We want to be yeah, but better. And by the way, I think GrooveStream is just a great name. I think you guys are going to come out and absolutely love it. And GrooveWebinar will be the automated webinar platform. And GrooveStream says live, and then you can pre-register people and use it as a webinar platform. So unless there's anything else we need to cover today. And I'm going to tell David I don't think there's any questions. I'm kind of pooped out, but he's going to let me know if there's a couple of questions that have to be answered. Yes, we're going to have this and that feature. We'll have it all. I promise you. But tomorrow.
There's just one question that some of the people are looking for, like, okay, when I'm going to be able to use GrooveStream. So
I'm putting together a crack committee on this, and I'm going to make Kamala Harris in charge of this committee. So you can expect it'll never happen. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to let that slip out. I hope there's a chuckle there in the crowd. Whatever. It's been a long day. They came out. Anyway, we are going to put together a committee right after the Groove-A-Thon. We're going to put together a team with our developers. We're going to hire new people, and we're going to treat this. Of course, it's an addition to Groove, but we're going to attack it as if it's a startup, so that we could rapidly develop this thing. And I would like to tell you that we're going to be in sandbox mode by December 31st. Now, it could easily have been sooner, but this has become a bigger project in my mind, and we want to do it right. We don't want to come out just as a streaming platform. Like we want to combine everything that you have in Zoom conference and everything that you have inside of Webinar Jam and everything that you have in StreamYard. And that means we're going to need to get together with David and Donna and John and Matt and Tomas and really look at this, find out who's going to be the product owner, who really understands this. And we're going to create this platform as serious as an app as Groove Pages. And that's going to take 6 months to do it right. So look, there's still StreamYard. We're using it right now. We love them. I love the owner. He's good people. I get it. We're going to use GoToWebinar. But now the GrooveWebinar Automated is there. And just, you're going to blink your eyes. We're going to get back from Black Friday. The marketers crews come back through Christmas, New Year's. And you're going to be like, oh my goodness, I'm so busy. I don't even have time to use GrooveStream. That's how it's going to be in the holiday season. And that's when we expect. We're going to try to get it by the end of the year or January of next year. But it's going to be a very, very serious thing. And so tomorrow is myself with the empty chair here. Matt Seralta will be joining me in the co-pilot seat. We're on me on one today. And we will also have Frank Salinas and John Garcia, who are experts in GrooveCart. And we're going to be going over everything you need to know about the flip side of our platform: e-commerce, physical products, print on demand, drop shipping, importing products from China or anywhere around the world and delivering them anywhere around the world, and having an online store like we have at Groove Gear. So, folks, this is our keynote, day 7 of 9. 2 more days to go, Wednesday and Thursday this week, to wrap up the Groove-A-Thon. We're doing this to showcase the app and let you know how powerful it is, that it literally takes us 6 to 8 hours a day over 9 days, 54 to 60 hours. Is there any other software in the world where the video on the front page takes 60 hours to show what it can do? No, there's nothing else like Groove. And we're proud to sell it for $299 a month, when all you get for $299 a month is ClickFunnels. For $299 a month, you get Groove Funnels, Groove Sell, Groove Affiliate, Groove Mail, Groove Webinars, streaming, et cetera, blah, 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 everything. All of the Groove plans and more to come. We're just the best. So we're really proud that we could do that for $299 a month when the others are offering just one software for $299 a month. But today, you don't have to pay that, because after the Groove-A-Thon, we're raising our lifetime price from $13.97 to $19.97. This video is going to explain why this was an extended Kickstarter, and we use this money to help fund this project. But in order for us to be a better company, to raise capital, investment, increase our capitalization or evaluation, we need to get to a recurring model. And we want to thank all of our backers and charter members for being platinum lifetime customers, but the day has come. It is over. We are turning into a real company. We didn't feel that we had a software when it was all in here that we could charge $299 a month. So the $13.97 allowed us to get here. And we want to thank everybody, and you, if you decide to do that today, or did it earlier today, or this week, or months ago, or on April 7th, or May 7th of 2000, May 7th of 2019, when we first announced we were doing this project, just 2 years ago. So I'll say it. For a measly $1,397, we use this to flood our team with developers to build this app. But now it's here. And so now we can thank all of the charter members and backers for helping us get here so that we could finally make these videos and show, hey, look, folks, the app's here. We're going to $299 a month. And that's coming soon. But next, after the Groove-A-Thon, we do raise the price from $13.97 to $19.97. And then $299 a year. You still have a chance to get it at the lowest price anybody ever did before for a measly $1,397, where you'll pay us one time and never make another payment to us again, ever, period. So we're going to roll a video, and that's going to be it. We're not going to come back for a wrap-up. This is it for the day. One more chance to get the lifetime offer. You'll see it today. We'll see you tomorrow at the same Groove time, Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern time, to talk about Groove Kart. See ya, everybody. Take it easy. Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Groove-A-Thon. Now, our next speaker is going to be coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes, and now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out GrooveFunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now, in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397, and you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month, or $3,600 each and every year, for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything, ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Now's the time to do that. Check that out now. You have about 10 minutes before our next speaker joins us. Thank you very much.